Good morning, Ms. Bowe.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. The witness for today is Nkwana Joseph Sibula, a Lieutenant Colonel, and he is ready to take the oath.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Colonel.
Sorry. Can you yourself state your full names for the record, please?
Nkwana Joseph Sibula.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm very sorry. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Colonel, Commissioners, just by way of orientation, for the first part of the session, we'll be making use of File 1, which contains Colonel's statement, and you'll see there are two statements in there, and we'll also be making a lot of reference to the exhibit file that's labeled Boyson's CAS 98 docket and Khan disciplinary. Colonel, just to confirm, in front of you, directly in front of you, there should be two files. One that contains your statement and another that contains exhibits. And the first part of those exhibits is the docket.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then later in the day, we'll also make use of, it's a file labeled a statement and annexures for a Ms. Maposho. But I will indicate that when we get there. Colonel, if we can then go to the file that contains your statement. Can you confirm that this is a statement that you have prepared for purposes of giving testimony before this commission?
Yes, I do confirm, Commissioner.
And if you can then go to page 5 of that statement, can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is indeed mine, Commissioner.
And then can you confirm that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct?
Yes, I can confirm, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, earlier in my discussions with Colonel, he indicated that when he was preparing the statement, he did so in a rush, and there are many details that are outstanding. So the approach to going through the statement, we'll first go through the background parts, but for what comes after paragraph 6, we'll go through it slowly with reference to what is contained in the docket.
And how will you deal with the second statement?
The second statement is an annexure and contains, by and large, what is already contained in the first statement.
Yes.
And
perhaps the rush explains the confusion that I had. The reference to the many names and so on and so on. I got totally confused.
Yes, Chair, we'll try to identify all of the role players as we go. And then just
I don't mean this in any, I'm not saying this in any derogatory sense, Colonel. I understand, as the evidence leader says, that you were in a rush to finalize,
Understood.
your statement. Thank you.
Colonel, if we can start with the first part of your statement and at least deal with the first 5 paragraphs which contain your background.
Starting at 1,
Yes.
we state that I started my policing career in 1992, 07, 03, and after passing out in December 1992, I was posted at a police station, as a Malabo police station as a constable. In 1994, I was promoted to the rank of a sergeant, and I was posted in the administration, of which focus area was logistics and finance. Then in 1996, I got transferred and worked at Capricorn Area Finance at Polokwane until 1999, when I got my promotion to the rank of a warrant officer and posted to Crime Prevention Polokwane Police Station. During December of the same year, I obtained my national diploma in policing from the then Technicon SA. In 2002, I was recruited to a detective section of the station in Polokwane, but started doing tracing of wanted suspects, or the so-called red dockets. And it did not take long, and I was tasked to investigate and investigated what was then called trio crimes.
What are red dockets?
Red dockets is the dockets that have been closed with warrants of arrest. That is why we are calling them red dockets.
It's not the same thing as cold. Is it called cold dockets or cold?
No,
cold cases.
No, it's red docket.
Okay. No.
Yes,
What's the difference between the two, cold cases and red dockets?
The cold, you might find the case has been closed with no suspect and suspect unknown. Then either awaiting the outcomes, it can either be the DNA, the fingerprints, any other thing that may identify the person. Then those dockets were the cold dockets. Now, after having received that information, then it comes to life. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Colonel, what are trio crimes?
That will, at that time, we're investigating the crimes of housebreakings, we're doing carjackings, and yeah, those were my focus area.
Okay.
I have undergone the following in-service training: detective learning program, disciplinary hearing courses, organized crime investigators course, and 3008 basic computer competency. I'm currently studying towards my LLB with Regenesis Law School. So,
Colonel, before you move, can you also deal with, have you done any drug-related courses?
yeah, I think I was. When I started investigating drug docket, the first thing I was taken through was the drug identification workshop. I have also undergone a course which was offered by the United Nations on, it was a cyber element of crime investigation, cyber elements. It was offered by the United Nations on drug and justice system. If I remember well, I can recall, my professor then was Professor, I think it's Sudart. Those were the courses and the training that I've undergone regarding drugs and investigations, and also undergone the courses of chemical identification, precursor chemicals and investigations. In fact, precursors to illegal drugs, Commissioner, to be clear.
Thanks, Colonel.
So in 2016, 0801, I got a post of a captain in the West Rand in Gauteng as an investigator. That is when I started investigating the same. Then the group SANEP was then moved to Johannesburg unit, and I was focused on South African Narcotic Enhancement Bureau. And within a short space of time, all SANEP members were moved to Germiston unit. In 2019 early, we were posted at OR Tambo International Airport to investigate drugs, economic protected resources, cases of illicit movement of money. And in early 2020, we were recalled to do the same work in Germiston.
It still remained within DPCI?
It still remained within the DPCI.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, when exactly do you join DPCI?
In 2016.
In 2016.
In 2021, 07, 09, at about 11, I received a call that we must go to Araten to attend to complaint of drug dealings. Then informed Warrant Officer Pume, Warrant Officer Machebe, to drive together and go to the scene. Since it was a year of COVID, Warrant Officer Pume opted to use other vehicle and drove with Warrant Officer Machebe.
Colonel, just before you move, let's start with who did you receive a call from?
Lieutenant Colonel Ludik back then.
And the two warrant officers that accompanied you, were they warrant officers at the time?
At the time, they were sergeants, both of them. Now they're warrant officers.
And, sorry, before we even go deeper into what happens on the 9th, when did you get promoted to Lieutenant Colonel?
2022, November 1, to Limpopo, where I'm currently, but still under SANEP. I'm heading the section.
You're heading SANEP for
Correct.
Limpopo.
Yes.
So would this be the same role that Colonel Steyn is playing in Gauteng?
That is correct.
Okay, you can continue.
We, together with Pume, arrived at the scene within 30 minutes after receiving the complaint. And there were people, if you can look at the statement I omitted, there were people at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I was approached by a warrant officer, Rekotso, who was at that time with Colonel Maluleke, the unit commander of Johannesburg.
And just to get a sense, Warrant Officer Rekotso's from?
Serious organized crime. In fact, he's within the DPCI with me, but we have got 3 divisions in serious organized crime.
Mm-hmm. What are the 3 divisions?
The other section that was where I was based is SANEP, concentrating on drugs and all this relevant legal drugs and illegal drugs. Warrant Officer Rekotso was from serious organized crime also, but he was at we call it now NPVC, which was violent crimes. They were specifically dealing with the catch and transit offenses, in short. And there is a section of EPR, which is for the economic protected species, which specifically deals with, amongst others, illegal mining and other things. So I was not in those two. Mine was in SANEP.
Okay.
Rigozo was in NPVC.
Serious
Yeah, he was on, we just say violent crimes.
violent crimes. Okay.
Yes.
And then this Colonel Maluleke, who's the unit commander.
Colonel Maluleka was the unit commander of Johannesburg
When,
DPCI.
in DPCI. In fact, we had the unit in Johannesburg, we had the unit in Germiston, we had unit in the West Rand, we had the unit in Vaal, we had the unit in Pretoria.
And then you say that when you arrived, there were people at the scene. Can you describe what you mean by people at the scene?
Upon my arrival, there were people on the scene. Amongst them, there were police officers and the employee of the company at that Scania. But I was made to understand that company is not Scania, because they were just the agent responsible for accepting the, what is the better term for? There is,
Cargo,
we call them what agent?
shipping,
Shipping
transport.
agent. In fact, they are just receiving any items on behalf of their clients.
One of the clients being Scania.
One of the clients being Scania.
Okay.
Oh, so then when a shipment is expected for a particular company, does that company then come when the shipping arrives? Or is it received by this company?
Their duty, they are facilitating. The whatever consignment need to be brought to the company. In fact, they will be declaring on behalf of the client.
Are they the receiving agent?
They are the receiving agent. Thanks, Commissioner.
Just to understand, as the receiving agent, like in this instance, we know that Scania employees were at the premises. Was that normal?
Let us put it clear. Those employees there, they are not employed by Scania.
Okay.
Let's talk specifics. There was Miss Wenzel. I think another surname is
Jolene.
also used. Jolene, I think.
Jolene Wenzel.
Yes,
Kukamo.
yes.
She's working for the shipping agent,
Not for Scania.
not for Scania.
There was also a man, I forget his name completely.
The one who cut open the container. I know.
Maybe if you mention the name, I'll remember. What's the name? It doesn't matter.
There
So
was-
he too worked for this receiving.
They are working for that clearing agent,
Okay, all right,
the clearing agent.
all right. Thank you.
So
thank you.
Elias Mosetla and Mtungwa were
Yes.
also, so they are all employed for this
They
receiving.
are- according to the information I received, those people I was informed, they are working for the clearing agent.
All right. So, and the police officers on your arrival, where did they come from? Or could you identify the various police at the scene?
There were various police officers,
Yes.
and then there were others. I can't remember the vehicle, but they were driving marked car. One of them that I've identified, there was Captain Optov, who was in uniform.
I think that's from the flying squad.
And then they are from the flying squad.
Yes. Yes, so you could identify those that were from the flying squad from their marked vehicles?
And later on, as and when we were progressing, there were others that I have identified, but they were just onlookers.
Okay.
That is why they could not appear anywhere in my statement.
I'm sorry, I may have missed this. Did you say Optof was one of those from Poisons or not?
To me, he said he's from Flying Squad.
Or Flying Squad?
He is the one of those who were manning a roadblock before this incident. Yes, Commissioner.
He was not in the marked vehicle that parked in front of the black.
No, he was
Nissan.
not.
No, not. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
And how many people approximately do you think were around the scene, in and around the scene?
Commissioner, to be precise, they might be over 20 or more. There were a lot. There were people, a lot of people.
Okay. And then you say you were approached by Warrant Officer Rekotso. Was he expecting you?
Yes. This is what he said. My colonel phoned your office. My colonel, he was referring to Colonel Maluleke. Can you please assist and take over? Because what is happening here is a chaos.
Okay. So I'm assuming then it means that he had informed his colonel of the chaos.
Yes,
And
that is
his
why
colonel calls your colonel.
His colonel phoned my office, which later on I picked up that he phoned General Kado.
Okay. Then we can go to paragraph 8.
Warrant Officer also pointed to me marked Poison's police vehicle, and he said to me he was contacted by his nephew, who is the police sergeant driving that marked Poison's vehicle that blocked the black Nissan buggy, with which the driver wanted to drive away. That was the first information that I got. Rekotso then said, Colonel Maluleke contacted General Kadwa, and they are suspecting bags in the black Nissan buggy are drugs. They could not take over the scene, and therefore I must talk to driver of the marked Poison buggy, to whom I introduced myself, and he became known to me as Sergeant Ndo.
Okay. Colonel, just so that we can see a better picture of what you were looking at, can we go to that exhibit bundle and let's go to page 19.
As per 19.
Yes, 19. If we can start with picture 2, because I think that shows.
Will it be
Maybe perhaps-
flighted? Thank you.
Maybe you can describe what we're seeing in that picture.
Okay, Commissioner, I think before I end, when you enter that company, there are 2 gates. You enter the first gate, then you were going to turn. Then when I turned, the first vehicle that I came across was this BMW. But I did not take notice of that it belongs to the people that are in here. Then that is when I proceeded to where this truck with a yellow cap is standing.
Okay, so when you say Warrant Officer Rekotso pointed you to a marked Boyson's police vehicle, what was he pointing you to?
Next to that truck, there is a white marked police buggy, just standing in front of the black Nissan. But on this picture, it's not that much clearly visible. But how I know the scene, it is standing in front of the black buggy.
Lefa, please show photo 2 on the same page. Is it that one there?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Perhaps if we can go to page 40.
40.
Oh, my apologies. Let's start at page 37. Picture 33.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, can you confirm that that's the marked vehicle, the police van? And
Yeah.
then you'll see behind it marked B.
Yes,
Is that the black buggy?
that is the black buggy.
And then a better picture or from a different angle is at page 40.
That is correct, is this one.
Page 41, photo 40.
Yes. If you can go to page 41,
Yes,
photo 40.
yes, it's the one.
All right. Then you say that he told you that the marked police vehicle was blocking the black Nissan because the driver wanted to drive away.
You wanted to drive away.
This is now conveyed to you by records from the nephew.
Yes,
All right. Okay. Then we can proceed to. You then introduce yourself to the person that you knew as Sergeant
Bowen,
Doe.
can I just get some clarification before you move on? You say that Colonel Maluleke said they couldn't take over the scene.
no, I did not speak to Colonel Malule. This is the communication between me and Warrant Officer Rekhotso,
Okay.
who was saying, Colonel Malule contacted your
Okay.
office,
Okay.
of which I realized that he contacted General Kadu.
Okay. And where you say, now if you look at that page 2, still at paragraph 8, Rikotso then said Maluleke contacted General Kadwa and they are suspecting the bags in the Nissan Baki are drugs. They could not take over the scene. It is that part that I'm just wanting to clarify.
Yes, we
You were
as-
told by Rikotso.
I was told by the host.
Okay.
Then we as SANEP we have to take over the scene.
Yes, that was going to be my question, that how does it work, this taking over the scene from people that you found there? So, as in Rikotso and Maluleke could not take over the scene because they are not in SANEP? Is that what it means? And I ask the question because with the past witnesses, there's been a discussion about taking over the scene from the original person who arrived at the scene, and you eventually take over the scene.
Yes.
But we had another witness yesterday saying the scene was handed over to them by the original, I think the first responder. So I just want to understand the practice, how in fact it works. If you arrive at a scene, what informs one officer taking a scene over from another? Is it seniority? Is it specialty? What exactly happens?
The reason why we were called to the scene first, we are specializing in drugs. Once they say drugs are involved, we are the team that can deal. When they say, when you arrive at the scene, you suspect something, call the necessary people. We are amongst the necessary people. We are the one who can say, yes, indeed, we can confirm these are the suspected drugs. Then we can also confirm we are suspecting it to be this type of a drug. Unlike for Rikhotso to take over, having no knowledge, then he still have to. Now we are becoming too many on the scene. Instead of just shortening it to say, no, let me not take over. Let these people arrive, then I will tell them what to do. Then that is what Rikhotso did.
Would you say that is the general understanding within the SABC, that's how it should work? It's you
That
hand
is how it
over
should
a
work.
scene to the people that are trained, who specialize in that area.
We specialize in that area.
All right, thank you.
That is why even when it is a scene of explosives, even myself when I arrive first, I have to evacuate people.
Yes.
Call the necessary people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Colonel, just to make sure we understand, at this point, from the evidence that we've heard, there was initially the first two accused, that was Mr. Mashaba and Officer Mahan. They were there as having taken charge of the scene in loose terms. Then it's Officer Pakula who follows next, and he says he then takes over from those two. Here, I just want to understand, because there's the Boyson's police officers, Sergeant Doe, and then you are conversing with Rikhotso, who had spoken to Malulek. Who exactly at that point was seized with the scene?
Maybe to put it clear,
Yes.
Mashaba and Mohana arrived first. This is what I got.
Yes.
And this is what this is the information I got from both Ndo and from Jolene Wenzel. What was surprising, I will start with that one. When I got informed by Jolene, he says, these people, they are identifying them as crime intelligent hawks. This was his explanation. Then I said, we don't have such. We cannot have crime intelligent hawks. What did they produce to support what they are telling you? What I was informed, they just flagged something with a police emblem in front of them. This is what I was told. I'm told by Jolene Wenzel. Because if he had names, or the name of Mohana specifically, as he was the one who was flagging that, he would have known. He would say, no, this is Mohana who approached me. But he said this, and this tall one, Mashaba was a bit taller than, he's saying this tall one is keeping everybody at toes, was Vurvai. That is what he was saying, because Jolene could also say a bit of Zulu word and Afrikaans, because that is when, then I understand, no man, that cannot be the behavior.
Colonel, in fact, on page 267 of that same bundle, that is Jolene's statement in
267.
in paragraph 3.
Yes, I got it.
Yes, so maybe just read paragraph 3 and then it confirms what you've just said to the commission.
He was with two African males who were driving a grey VW Golf, and they have introduced themselves as police officers from crime intelligence. He said this gentleman produced cards, and he asked them if they have the SAPS container stop form, because this is normally the procedure followed when stopping a container.
Maybe you can stop there. I just wanted to confirm that Jolene does confirm what you are just telling us now.
That is correct,
Thank
Commissioner.
Colonel, before you run away from me, what I was just trying to establish before we get to all of the things that happen is because there's the sergeants from Boysons and there's now Warrant Officer Rekotso, who was seized with the scene at the time that you are then told to take over. Is it the Boysons police officers or was it Officer Rekotso?
Who did what?
Who had the scene, was the custodian of the scene at the time?
At the time,
Yes.
the person who still has the custodian of the scene is Sergeant Ndo.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So then that then informs your decision to speak to Sergeant Ndo as the,
As he is the person who is in charge.
all right. Then you proceed to talk about your approach to...
Was it ever brought to your attention that Warrant Officer Pakula was in charge of the scene at all?
I was only...
I'm asking this.
No, it was not.
Yeah, I'm asking this because he told us that he was in charge. He took over from. It's very difficult to say from whom exactly between the two, between Chief Mashaba and Mohan.
It was never.
So it was never brought to your attention. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Paul.
And then similarly, was it brought to your attention that the other Malulek was a custodian? The DPCI Malulek?
Commissioners, then this Malulek, I realized later that he was among the group of the onlookers. He was there, but I did not identify him when I was there at the scene, because since I said there were many people, but I realized it only came to my attention that he was amongst those group of onlookers.
All right. Then we can move to paragraph 9.
I then approached Sergeant Ndo, and he confirmed to me that the person driving a black Nissan buggy loaded with black sports bag was leaving, and he then blocked him with the parked police buggy. And I approached the driver of that black Nissan who was seated in the buggy and identified himself and to me as Warrant Officer Morana.
When you say he was leaving, just be clear, do you mean the buggy was driving away?
The buggy was driving out of that scene.
So in other words, it was leaving the place
It was leaving the
parked.
place.
Yes.
That is the reason why
He blocked.
he blocked. Then he called. I understand that is when he called Rekotso and others.
So is it your understanding that if the police van had not blocked the black buggy would have left the campus where the scene was?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Did you say he was when you got there, Warrant Officer Mokhane was sitting in the buggy already?
That is correct.
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side.
Did you find out whether he was sitting there because he was preparing to drive out before he was blocked, or he had been instructed by one of the police officers who arrived on the scene to get into the buggy and sit there? Did you find that out?
That he did not bring it to my attention.
Okay, so
because
you don't
I
know.
also had a chat with him.
Yes.
I asked him.
So you don't know how he ended up in the driver's seat at that
Commissioner,
time, other than what Ndo told you?
Commissioner, to clarify, I asked him, I understand you have loaded these bags and they come from this container. What are you doing? He said, no, I was taking them to my station. Then I said, why? At that time, when I was still talking to him, he pulled out a cell phone. Then he wanted to call. I could notice that in that call, he was phoning Brigadier Loela. Loela worked with me at Jamestown, but he was the provincial commander of serious corruption investigation unit. He was a brigadier. Then I said, call him. When he was calling, that is when the same brigadier was trying to call, and General Kadwa and Colonel Ludik then arrived.
I want you to clarify because Commissioner Balo is asking you an important question. Sergeant Ndo is one of the people who were in the marked police van.
Correct, Commissioner.
So they were the first police proper to arrive at the scene. There were no other police other than Mokhane and Mashaba. So Commissioner Baloi's question is, are you sure that the reason why Mokhane was not in his vehicle was because other policemen had instructed him to sit in his vehicle? But my understanding of your statement is that there were no other policemen at the time because Ndo and his colleague were the first policemen to arrive at the scene, and they are the ones who blocked Mokhane's vehicle from leaving.
That is correct, Commissioner. They are the ones who blocked. There were no other police that I was told that they gave such instruction to either to stop or to drive out.
Just complete that picture. What would have happened to the scene itself? You have experience in investigating drug issues. If Mokhane had left with his bakkie loaded with what we now know to have been this consignment of drugs, if he had left that campus where the logistics company is, what would have happened to the scene itself and the investigation of how the drugs got there?
Commissioner, we will remain with nothing to investigate. Because if that bike was, when we arrived, was not at the scene.
The drugs were not there also.
And the drugs were not there. The only thing that we were going to find inside that container, it was the cap, the Scania caps. So there was nothing illegal to investigate for us.
And then tell me, is it not a criminal offense to impersonate crime intelligence officers? So when Mokhane and Mashaba arrive at this campus and they identify themselves as members of crime intelligence, is that not an offense? I'm not sure what the position is. That's why I'm asking.
It is, Commissioner. It is. It is a criminal offense to impersonate somebody.
Even if you are a police officer yourself or you are a traffic officer?
Because, why am I saying this? I know that which because I must state who I am, so that it can be clear going forward what type of crime, because I am investigating. If I'm not investigating, I cannot come here and say I'm investigating. My work is this and that. If maybe I'm a handyman in the police, I cannot come and say I'm a warrant officer. I'm a handyman. My responsibility is to deal or fix with vehicles, lights, or this and that.
Thank you, Advocate White.
Sorry, as you sit there, Colonel, are you in a position to identify the exact provisions that say if you are a police officer, you cannot identify yourself as belonging to a specific section of SABS to which you actually do not belong?
Even though I don't have provision, but
Yes.
I cannot substantiate with any document. But my understanding is that as police officers, you have to identify yourself as who you are.
Yes, I'm not suggesting that it's otherwise. I just wanted to.
No, thanks. I
Thank you, thank you.
Can I just ask, You say you were told that he introduced himself as, they introduced themselves as
Yes,
crime intelligence from the Hawks.
from the Hawks.
We know there's nothing like that,
There's nothing like that.
as you tell us. But the function that Warrant Officer Makhane, which is CIMEC, he's in CIMEC at that police station, is that does a person in that position get referred to as a crime intelligence officer?
No,
Is he correct to refer to himself that way?
no,
So he's not a crime intelligence officer?
no, he is not.
Okay.
He told us that his section, the stats section that Commissioner Baloyi just referred to, falls under crime intelligence. Do you know anything about that?
I remember calling his station commander, seeking clarity, because when you get this information about the member, you have to do calls. Colonel, I can't remember who's that.
It's Chauke.
Chauke.
Go to 196 of that bundle. He does deal with that.
I have got this member at the scene. Do you know him? Yes, I know him. This is what he is. He's relating to me. Are you aware that he is at this type of a place? No, I'm not aware. That was his response to me. Because it was me who made a call to him after even getting the number from him. Then, what work is he doing at the station? He explained. Can you, what I said, because I am suspecting something here, can you, in the meantime, prepare for me his PEP file? That will clarify his job description for me so that I will be able to use it at a later stage. Then he said, yes, I will as well send one of the people from my section that will come and obtain your statement in relation to the activities of this member. Are you free? He said yes.
Yeah. If you could just answer it directly, do you know or do you not know whether it's what is CIMEC? What is it? Yes, whether it falls under crime intelligence.
It does not fall under crime
It
intelligence.
does not.
It
Thank
does
you. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted.
Colonel, before we leave that paragraph, what I wanted to take you to is the statements of the two officers. So maybe we can start with the statement of Ndo, which is at page, if you can go to page 306.
Yes, I got the statement.
Yes, and if you then go to paragraph 4, he deals with his arrival at Scania. Can you see that at paragraph 4?
Yes.
Can we just go through paragraphs 4 and 5? Can you read that?
On our arrival at Scania IRA 10, at the gate, we were met by a security officer at the gate and was escorted to the reception area where we found a black Nissan buggy with registration number with this next to the buggy and yellow. Next to the buggy was a yellow truck with registration number 8.
No need to read the
Okay.
registration. And then paragraph 5.
Whilst I got out of the vehicle, I was approached by Warrant Officer Mohana by showing his appointment card and who introduced a traffic officer named Mashaba and followed me that they were, told me that they were following information in regard to drugs from Ireton to Scania Ireton since yesterday, and informed us, myself and Makungula, that they are
going to,
they are going to arrest the drug driver for possession of drugs
because they
informed the bags they
loaded,
no, is it loaded?
the bags
But
loaded,
it seems they intend.
loaded at the back of
They
the
loaded
bakkie
the
contained
bags.
drugs. Can you see
The
that?
bags loaded at the back of the Scania drugs, and that they are going to book the bags
At SABC Alberton.
at SABC Alberton. Then the suspect, the drug driver, he informed them that the bags, as well as the suspect,
Suspect should be booked.
that
Yes, that the suspect should be booked.
should be booked and detained at SABC Boysen
Should be
because
booked and detained at SABC Boysens because the drugs were recovered at SABC Boysens area.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's fine. What I want you to perhaps comment on is he goes on in that paragraph to talk about their argument between themselves and officers Mahano and Mashaba regarding where the exhibits and the suspects should go. But if you see his account of when he arrives and what happens, he doesn't include there the crucial information related to their attempt to leave. And it's an important thing because that's the basis upon which everybody else is radioed out because they are police trying to leave with exhibits.
That point is not highlighted in here.
Yes. And I don't mean for us to go to that statement as well, but if you look at the statement of Makumbila, who's the partner to Ndo, right, which is at page 140, we don't need to go there. He also doesn't mention that there was an attempt by Mahano and Mashaba to leave, and that's why they had to block them. You can take my word for it, but we can also go there if you are unsure. And then the other thing I want to show you is if we go to page 123. And at page 123, oh, sorry, let me just wait for you to get there.
Yes, I'm at 1, 2, 3.
That's the access to information request that you made to get the radio, the transcript of the radio conversation between the 10111 desk and Sergeant Doe.
Correct.
And just for good measure, you'll see in Sergeant Doe's statement, he confirms that he is BS12, things like Bravo Sierra 12.
Yes.
He says so in his statement. And if you look at this conversation that he's having, where he's having to report back to the 10111 desk, if you look at 2.30, at the bottom of the page, that's where the report back happens.
1, 2, at 1, 2, 3.
Yes, oh, sorry, my apologies. The next page, 124.
Yes, 1, 2, 4. Yes.
The report back is at 2.30.
3, 0. Yes.
where the controller is asking them for an update, and he responds there at 11:23:22 a.m. Can you read that?
At 11:23:22 a.m. BS12.
Yes.
Yes, BS12. At that complaint, I written truck hijacking. The truck was not hijacked. The truck was being escorted by the police. They suspected that there was something wrong under the truck, and the truck was opened and found drugs inside the truck. The driver will be arrested. There is only one suspect.
Yes. Now, again, just to point out that even when Sergeant Doe gives a report back to the 10111 desk, he doesn't mention that there's a crime happening, i.e. police officers trying to leave with the drugs. Instead, it looks like he's reporting back that there's an operation happening where police have discovered drugs and that the truck driver has been arrested.
That is correct. That is that way.
Yes. So, and just to complete the picture, just on this point, if you look at the statements of other people who were there at the scene, whether it's Ms. Wenzel, Mtungwa, who was there to unpack, Masetla, who had to cooperate with loading the bags, all of them don't mention anything related to the truck, the buggy wanting to leave.
That is correct.
And on my study of this docket, the people who mentioned the buggy trying to leave are not the ones that were there at the time. So, for example, Muhoboya also hears it third hand that the buggy was trying to leave. Maybe another important person to note is Walker from Scania, who arrives at the same time with Ndo and Makambili.
Yes.
He too mentions nothing about the truck trying to leave, the buggy trying to leave.
Yes.
Yes, so is it not strange that the people who were there at the time, particularly when the Boyson's vehicle drives in, none of them, including the sergeants involved, mention the Mahano's attempt to leave with the drugs?
It is strange.
Yeah. So are we going to leave it as it's just strange?
No, we cannot leave it as like it is strange.
Yes.
Commissioners must be informed about the incident. When we are the first member at the scene, the people that you called to the scene, or one should say, if indeed there was a legitimate operation, normally, after this feedback by Sergeant Ndo to 10,111, what should have happened was for Ndo to say, all those who were called to the scene can cancel because the operation is clean. Then again, why am I saying that it's strange for Ndo not to state what he said? Because he even goes further. He phoned his uncle, who's warrant officer Khozo, to say, this is what the scene looks like. This is what this person is saying. And fortunate enough, Johannesburg unit is not far from Ireton. They went there. When I arrived, Warrant Officer Khozo is still having the information, the first-hand information he got from Sergeant Ndo. After receiving that from Sergeant Khozo, I interviewed Sergeant Ndo. Sergeant Ndo gave me the very same picture, that the reason why you see me stopping in front of this vehicle, it was about to leave. I had to block it. Then there were afforded opportunities after all these things was handled to go and make statements. You must remember, I as the investigator, I don't have to, because it's my scene. I have to investigate. I don't have to look into what, because I must rely to what you told me first. When we are making statement, it is not supposed to be me who's obtaining my statement, as if maybe we are trying to build up something towards our goal. No, he made his statement somewhere to somebody, not to me. But his explanation differs to what now he is writing under oath. It's indeed concerning.
And
See,
Colonel-
it would be it would be different if the discrepancy related only to what he said in a statement made some time after the event. But now we are talking about a contemporaneous response made at the time of the radioing between him and the receiving end, the radio receiving end. And as I say and I emphasize, this is contemporaneous. It's happening, as matters are unfolding at the stage. So it's totally different to or from a situation of a narration of a historical event, a narration that takes place in a statement. Do you see what I mean?
You are
This
correct.
appears to be contemporaneous, and
You are correct. I
Yes.
also had a chance to check at the date at which the statement was deposed. Then, indeed, it was on the same day. You are therefore correct, Commissioner, to say it's a spontaneous thing.
all right, thank you.
If I understand you correctly, you are saying, just looking at page 19, photo 2, same bundle, you are saying the only reason for the sub's vehicle to park in front of the black bakkie was to block it from leaving, because there could be no other reason for them parking in front of it when there's so much parking area nearby, or even park in front of the truck if they wanted to.
There
And you
could-
say the only reason for them parking directly in front of the black bakkie is to prevent it from leaving.
That is correct.
And there can't be any other explanation, because if that was not the case, they would have parked anywhere else except in front of the black bakkie.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And that was really your response to Advocate Paul.
That is correct.
Although you accept that in the written statements, this part about them blocking the vehicle and why they blocked it is not there. And we
Yes.
must accept that it's not there.
It's not there.
Yeah.
I must accept.
That paragraph in that page 124, that report by
100 and
124, that transcript to the center, to the control center, the one that you were reading, this is no reporting, BS 12. Remember where you were reading? At 2.30, 11/23/22.
yes.
That report back that you were discussing now. You see where I am?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't the possible explanation for that kind of report by Ndou, where he says the truck was being escorted by the police, it's not a hijacking, is it not explained, perhaps, that kind of report by the fact that the original report was that there is a truck hijacking? And so he went to look at this, and the report he got, what he was reporting back is it's not a truck hijacking.
I think
It's a truck that was being escorted by the police.
I can also think that way, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Then, Colonel, in relation to Officer Mahane being seated in the vehicle, did you come to know of General Khan ever being on the scene?
No,
And the role that he may have played?
no.
All right, thank you. Then we can go to paragraph 10. Oh, my apologies, I think you covered this, that he was trying to call Brigadier Liwel.
You are true? Yes.
Then I think we can go to paragraph 11.
On paragraph 11, Colonel Ludwig then arrived immediately after the drop. In fact, it was supposed to be after he dropped his phone with General Kadwa and Brigadier Loyal. Then I approached Colonel Ludwig. We were then joined by Colonel Kekana, the unit commander of Serious Corruption Investigation in Johannesburg, who was with, it was supposed to, Johannesburg, who was with the section commander at the same unit, Lieutenant Colonel Mabasa. Warrant Officer Rekhozo and his unit commander, Colonel Maluleka, then joined, together with Brigadier Luala, they joined us in that meeting.
Okay, maybe let's take a step back. Colonel Ludwig, you say arrived immediately after dropping his phone with General Kadwa. So they didn't arrive together?
They arrived together. But after having arrived together, because already at that time, I requested the people not to be nearer the scene. They stopped where other members of the police and members of the same company were stopped. Then the person that I spoke to was Colonel Ludwig, but he arrived together with General Kadwa and Brigadier Loyal.
Just so that we can locate what you are saying, can I ask you to go to page 103? That's just the sketch plan. That was drawn by Warrant Officer Woods. It seems to be showing us a kind of an aerial view.
Yes.
So when you say, when did Colonel Ludwig and Kadwa arrive? Do you recall?
Commissioners, if I can, in fact, at that scene, it did not take, in fact, we were arriving in drips and drabs. It was not taking, like to say, 10, 20 minutes to arrive. When we arrived, we were still busy, this one arrives. When we were still, this one arrives.
Okay. So from your position, you were talking to Officer Mohana when they arrived, but you say they stopped where other officers were.
Where other officers were.
If this is of any assistance, can you show us on the sketch plan where they were standing approximately?
On paragraph 103.
Page 103.
On page 103.
Yes. The C and D would be
the BMW.
The BMW.
Yes. Just in line with the BMW and this. They were just in line where people were stopped. But they stopped in a position where you can still see the BMW and this other vehicle, but they were in the middle here.
Okay.
In the middle of.
So between warehouse 2 and 5, somewhere in the middle.
If you can look at A, B, C, and E.
Yes.
Then you go, you see container. There were 2 containers.
Yes.
It's a container.
Yes.
Just not far from this last container, That is where other people were stopped.
All right. And so it's Colonel Ludik who then approached you.
Then Colonel Ludik approached me.
And on his approach, what was the discussion there?
I was just informing him that something sinister is happening here. And then, at that time, we have not yet opened the bags. We have not yet offloaded the bags. We have not yet cordoned the scene.
Yes.
I am informing him something wrong is happening. Our members are involved in other things that is not aimed at assisting us to arrest the suspect.
Okay.
I was giving him, I was presenting my version to him. Further to say, these members, their intention, according to the information, they were about to leave. I suspect, or I can conclude by saying, by leaving that area, Colonel Ludik, these people, they are defeating the end of justice. We are not going to get whatever we wanted to. Then, Colonel Ludik said, then what are your intention? When we were discussing, then we are joined by, we were not at the scene, somewhere apart. Then we are joined by Rekhotso, Colonel Maluleke, Colonel Kekana, Colonel Mabasa, Brigadier Luela also.
And at this stage, where is General Kadwa?
General Kadwa did not come to me.
Okay. And
So-
didn't attend this briefing? that
So, Brigadier Luela said, he is here only on behalf of anti-corruption. But by the explanation, the people cannot be charged for anti-corruption if they are defeating the end of justice. And we are already saying drugs are involved. Then, Savola, this is yours to handle. That is.
Can I ask you a question? You are an experienced police officer. You've dealt with drug busts before. You told us that you underwent the training. Looking at this photo that we were looking at on page 3 and where the various vehicles and the various trucks were, can you think of any reason,
Page 3.
103, the one that we were looking
sorry.
at now before, the
Oh,
sketch?
sorry. Yes, I'm looking at it.
From a policing perspective, can you think of any reason why those bags would have been put in the back of the bakkie? Because you are arriving there, you're seeing that these bags that could possibly be drugs are in the back of a black bakkie. We've moved on from the issue of whether it was living or if it was stationary.
Yes.
Just now you see them there in the back of the bakkie. From a policing perspective, can you think of any good reason why those bags were in the back of a bakkie and why they were not placed on the floor so that the exhibits can be dealt with properly?
Commissioner,
Just pause there for a moment. All right, you remember the question?
yes,
Yes.
Commissioner, what I can tell the Commission is that in the first instance, the person who loaded those bags was not supposed to load them in his bag. That is the first thing. And the second, he should even not have offloaded them from the container if he wanted to maintain, to retain the integrity of the same consignment we are investigating. That was also put to him by myself to say, looking at these bags, none of it has been opened to substantiate what we are saying, your allegation of saying these are drugs. Can't you see that we are putting your life in danger? Let me assume that the same bags that we have loaded are explosives. We were going to be faced with a very serious sin of if those explosives exploded here. Then he did not have an answer, and of which I'm still saying he should have maintained the scene as is. As is does not mean that the drugs should have been in the bags, not drugs. The bags shouldn't have been in his bag. That is incorrect. That was incorrect of him to do that.
But is there a reasonable explanation? I mean, because he would have explained to you why they were loaded in the back of his bakkie. I mean, based on what he told you, is that reason acceptable or it's just complete nonsense? Thus,
there was no reasonable explanation. Everything that that was, in fact, to say that was indeed complete nonsense that he was explaining.
Don't use my language, please. I couldn't find a better word, and
okay, no,
just
okay.
On the spot I had to.
His action there were not supposed to be that. I can even substantiate to say he did not know. He explained to me, do you know drugs? I interviewed him. Do you know drugs? He said no. Then why do you loot the bags? He can't explain.
Well, I was going to say maybe he smelled the drugs, and from that he knew it was cocaine or drugs.
Commissioner, having knowledge of drugs, having knowledge of drugs, more especially cocaine, and the state at which that bags were sealed, it will be difficult for one that even myself I cannot say I smelled drugs. With my experience, with my knowledge, there is something that I did to substantiate to say this might be cocaine. The only thing to arrive at that point was to at least open one of the bags, acquaint yourself with what was in the bag. And still, with regard to issue of smell, you cannot. The bags are sealed with that black masking tape, wrapped. When you go inside the bag, you open. Those bricks have been wrapped with this plastic that normally used to wrap foods. In fact, there is a process because they wrap with something, another something, they put their emblem on top, then which will be visible when you look at the brick, so that the intended recipient must know, identify it with the branding, that this comes from this. I don't know whether should I use, this comes from this cartel, or drug cartel. There were some with Red Bulls signs, some with, there were different things, which means where they were packaged. And where they are coming, people should identify them with whoever is sending them.
Maybe I might as well ask this question now, just to get it out of the way on the back of something that you've said now. When you say you had to open one of the bags to check that indeed it is drugs, when you did that, or when you got to the scene, maybe let me say, when you got to the scene and you saw these bags on the back of this bakkie, was any one of them open?
None.
Okay. Thank you.
They were still in their original position from where they were sealed. Not original position in terms of in the container. No.
Is it you or is it some other officer that says that you had to use something to poke one of the bags?
It is me.
Yeah, and my sense was that you used something quite
use something
thin,
like a pin.
And yes,
you use a pin, you press it there. When it come out,
yes, there was a powdery substance.
Yes, shiny. Shiny. Then,
and on that basis, you suspected.
Then
you don't say for a fact. You say you then suspected that it was cocaine.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Not the smell. All right.
Not the smell.
Okay. Thank you.
Colonel, then assume that the briefing ended and you were then assigned by Colonel Ludick as the investigating officer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thereafter, you then say Warrant Officer Rakotso pointed you to the BMW. Can you deal with that? At paragraph 13.
Warrant Officer also pointed to me the BMW. That he said, this BMW is together with these police officers.
Yes.
Then, I requested police in uniform, together with Sergeant Pume, now Warrant Officer Pume, to take care of the vehicle and get the driver out of that vehicle.
When you say get the driver out of that vehicle, was that for purposes of interview or what was happening?
For the purpose of interview, his presence on that scene.
And then you also say that he pointed out a red Kia?
He also pointed out the red Kia, which was driven by Warrant Officer Pakula.
And then you say Captain Optov. Also then pointed to a VW Golf.
Captain Optov explained this to me.
Yes.
The driver of this BMW is the one who was chasing us from the scene. Captain Optov, at that time, was dressed in full police uniform. Then I asked him, who is that driver? Then he showed me the person that now is known to me is Mashaba, who is a traffic officer. That he is the one that is said they are not needed at the scene. It's not their scene, it's his.
So from his point of view, Officer Mashaba informed him that that was his scene.
He was not informing.
Oh,
he was directing them not to go. He was directing them not to be here, to go. You are not needed at this scene. This is the version I got from Captain Optov.
all right. And so you say that in relation to the BMW, you asked Warrant Officer Pume to get the driver an interview. Did you take the same steps as it related to the red Kia, Pakule and Mashaba?
I interviewed them
Yourself?
one myself.
Okay.
So that as to acquaint myself with their presence at the scene, their action at the scene.
Okay, and can you give us just a summary, a snapshot of the 3 interviews?
I think it's in my A1 statement in the case docket commissioners. I think.
Just trying to find it quickly.
Paragraphs
254.
14 maybe. Indeed, what you say is the annexure. If you look at, Ms. Powe, maybe look at paragraphs 14, 15, and 16.
Commissioner Baloyi, when Colonel is saying his A1, he's directed me to it, so it's page 254 of the bundle. Oh, have you found it, Ken? You can, I think paragraph 8 is where you start to deal with the 3 interviews.
Correct?
Can you just give us a summary of the 3?
After all the introduction, I started with Warrant Officer Mohana, who alleged that he got the information from his informer. He followed up on the information together with Traffic Officer Mashaba. And later on, he requested Warrant Officer Pakula, who is based in Pretoria, to come assist. Asked him if he tried to get back from his own station, since he is stationed at Zongezizwe SAPS, and his answer, he did not think of contacting his own station. I asked him as to why he did not mention he did not mention his own station to Sergeant Doe, than lying that he is from Hawks, and still he could not give reasons why. And on the question of why were they chasing uniformed police officers on the scene, and his answer was that he was thinking it was his scene. I asked him if he does know drugs, and his answer was no. And on why was he loading what he does not know, his answer was he suspected the consignment to be drugs.
Colonel, before you move to the next interview, because then you go to the Kia, given his answers, what was your sense of Makhane's role in this?
In my own view, when I was looking and checking on what he was explaining, I could see his intention there was not to do police job.
And what was his intention?
His intention was to assist those who requested him to remove those drugs from wherever they were to wherever those two, Mashaba and Nku, wanted them to be.
So are you saying he told the people that he's also from DPCI?
Hawks.
Why are you mentioning the Hawks there?
He said DPCI Hawks.
Thanks.
And in relation to him calling Pakula and...
Sorry, Commissioner.
Oh.
He said crime intelligent Hawks. Sorry.
And in relation to, is it strange for an officer attending to a scene not to call their own station?
It is strange.
Is it not more than just strange? I thought there's a protocol that requires you to identify yourself properly. So it's strange.
It is an operating procedure to say, wherever you go, the first thing that you do, if I'm leaving my office, 1, I inform those I left behind that I've arrived.
Yes.
2, identify yourself properly to the people that you are, because we are not working in uniform. It's difficult for anyone to identify me. Even if I say I'm a police officer, there is a tool that one must use to confirm or to substantiate me saying that I'm a police officer. That is why we are being provided with police identification card.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, maybe just, mine was related to whether perhaps maybe, is it standard operating procedure for him to have called his station for backup? Because this was in response to you asking him, saying he called Pakula, who's based in Pretoria, and he didn't think of calling his own station.
Commissioners, if you look at the area and you check where is Pretoria, then if he's maybe If he was following up on something that is in motion, then one can see that he will end up losing that which we are following, because we are taking the long route. The first thing first, the approach is, where is the nearest police station? Who are the nearest police? If not, go to 10,111. That is the procedure. I don't call my friends. I call those that will assist.
All right, thank you,
Thanks.
Colonel. Chair, I want to move on to the next interview.
Perhaps let's adjourn and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, we are now proceeding to the second interview that you conducted at the Red Kia. So can we go to paragraph 10 of your A1?
I then proceeded to the driver of the red Kia, Cerato, to whom I introduced myself and my participation at the scene and want to know his involvement, and he said he was invited by Warrant Officer Mohana to come assist him, and upon arrival, the bags were already offloaded from the truck into the Nissan buggy, and he could not explain why was the identifiable police vehicle. He could not explain why. In fact, it was supposed to be why the identifiable police vehicles were chased from the scene. He could not respond. I further identified.
Sorry, my apologies. Before you move to the next interview, in relation to Sergeant Pakula, he notes his involvement. What did you make of this? His interview, your interview with him? Given that from his answers, he seems to suggest that he came later on. It was already loaded, and initially in your testimony you said Mashaba, the tall one, was identified as the one who was chasing police officers away.
Yes, because the reason why I put this question of him, of people chasing the police, he indicated first that he is with them. But although he arrived late because he was called by Warrant Officer Mohana, I wanted to know when Mashaba was chasing the police away from the scene, was he part of that? Then he could not respond to that.
Okay, so
He could not indicate as to whether when Mashaba was chasing them, he was part or no, or he arrived late. But the only thing that he says, he's involved on the same scene with them.
just to
When
understand.
you say he could not explain, did he respond at all? If he did, what did he say?
He kept, when I said, why do you chase the police away? Identifiable. He could not even respond because I was pressed to ask this question by his response that I am part of the team that is doing investigation. Now must be a follow-up question to him. Then if you are part of this team, why do you chase the police away? Then he kept quiet.
And so he never said that he didn't chase the police away. He just didn't respond.
He never indicated to me that he chased them or not, but he kept quiet.
So your deduction was that he acted in concert with them because he identified himself as being part of the team.
Yes.
All right. We can then move to the third interview.
Okay. Further identify myself to the driver of the silver gray VW Golf GTI, who identified himself as Chief Gauteng Provincial Traffic Officer, about his involvement in this investigation. And his response was that it was his information. And on the question of why did they not request for the uniformed police officer to assist, and he said he did not think that way.
Now, when you were briefed, you indicated that you were already told about Mr. Mashaba's aggression towards other people who came to the scene. Did you ask him about that? Because here he makes it seem like his involvement was just that he got the information.
On further engagement, even though it's not noted here, I asked him, you are not a police officer. You don't even, do you know what drugs, look, have you undergone any drug course or anything that can suggest to say you can handle this sin? He said, that is why I'm calling these officers to come and assist. Then, then that also pushed me to say, then, okay, you are calling this one. To me, seated here, I'm seeing them as your friends. Then here, the marked police vehicles, they are coming here to assist upon getting that information or complaint. Why can't you accept them to the scene? Acquaint them with the scene, because that is their area of operation, not yours.
And what was his response to that?
He said he don't even think that way. As long as he got information, because he used to do the arrest, then he still have to.
And then we can move to your last interview.
Then the other interview, I interviewed the driver of the silver gray 7 Series BMW, to whom I identify myself as well, and he identified himself as Tumelong. His explanation about his involvement was that he was there on his private capacity, and further that he once worked for Transnet before he ventured into business. And the person he knows on the scene was Chief Traffic Mashaba, since he used to give information on illegal cigarette. He further indicated that the information they are working on was his.
And so what did you make of your interview with Mr. Nku?
I also, everybody after having the assault, for you to be here, even if you are an informer, you just give information, then you get feedback from your handler to say, in fact, we have confiscated drugs, we have arrested, this is the case number. If it's a registered informer, he will be informed that claims will be done on your behalf. Then still, he maintained he's not a registered informer. Then there were a lot of questions that point that I highlighted to him to say, by placing yourself on this scene, you are endangering your own life. You are even not supposed to be here. He said, no, I was just monitoring.
Is there ever a reason in your entire experience for having an informer present, even if they are just sitting somewhere at the scene in a corner somewhere?
Unless only if maybe it's an undercover agent that is part of this operation. But you don't have to inform me and follow me. Then it's as good as saying, let's go and work. We are working together. We are no longer giving information. We are working together.
So the fact that he never, all the witnesses confirmed that he never got out of his car until I think when a member of the flying squad went to him to ask him something. That doesn't matter. He should have never been there.
He should never have been there. Again, if you look at that car, also, to me it looked suspicious, because I also investigated the issue of the permit.
Oh, perhaps to give proper context to that, the car that Mr. Nku was driving, what was suspicious about it, you say?
If you look, the permit, when I checked on that permit, I could see that was the second permit on it. Because there's a time frame for the first permit to be placed on that vehicle. If it's not registered within that time frame, then they can reapply for the second permit. Then I asked him, because when I was checking on that permit, there were a lot of some discrepancies that I found, but They were investigated later, not on the scene.
Okay, we'll deal with those discrepancies later in your investigations there. One thing I wanted to ask in relation to Mr. Nku, so he's not supposed to be there, he's an informer, but he doesn't participate in a sense that he just sits in the car. Is that then an offense that he could be arrested for? I guess I'm trying to understand what...
He is part of them. He is
Okay.
part of the three.
So
He is,
in essence that...
he is working with them. He is admitting that he is their informer, he's with them, he's monitoring. Then there was no way for me to say, let me deal with this three and leave this one. Because I wanted to see, this one, these people, this police are misbehaving, are defeating in the present. And to my belief, they wanted to accomplish what he wanted them to do.
So your suspicion was that he's basically has instructed them to do something and he's monitoring that that is done.
That is correct. He was monitoring.
Okay.
Just for clarification, you, in your interview with Chief Mashaba, what was your understanding in terms of, he provided the information, that's what he tells you. He says, it's my information that led to this operation. And indeed, that's what Warrant Officer Makhane said to us, that he got a call from Mashaba. Is it your understanding that, therefore, this is Mashaba's operation? How does it work? Mashaba, who is not SABC, he comes from a different agency, which is traffic, Gauteng, and then he calls a SABC officer to report there is this consignment. In the way that things work between agencies especially, this operation then becomes what? Does it become a Mashaba operation with SABC providing backup? Or is it a SABC operation which is informed by information from Mashaba, and in this case, it becomes a SABC operation because he reported to Makhane? Can you just explain that interagency or different agencies' relationship?
Normally, commissioners, it comes from other state agency, it goes to the police, then it becomes a police operation. It is as good as like you get it from anonymous callers and all those things. Then whoever, if the calls get to say it enters into this agency, like let's say it goes to my head office, my own head office. I'm based in Gauteng. Theirs is to say who is based on that area. Then they dispatch the information to whoever should be in that area. Then once I have done everything, I have to submit an information note to the people that gave me that information. If I open inquiry, I'll quickly open up inquiry, because every action must be based on documents to say, I got this information from head office. They said they got it from so and so. Isn't it that they still need to respond? Then I write my own information note about the operation. That this is what happened, this is what we found, this was the end product of your information, so that they can communicate with whoever submitted the information.
In this case, the information note that you're describing would have gone to Gauteng traffic, because that's the source of the information.
That is the source of information.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, can traffic enforcement ever can they investigate based on your knowledge?
Big no.
Big no.
Big no.
Okay. Then we're going to go back to your main statement.
Criminal
you want
matters,
to-
sorry, Commissioner,
you want to
criminal matters are
elaborate?
investigated by the police.
You spoke
And
at
then
the,
other-
sorry. You
and
spoke
oth-
at the sorry. You spoke at the same time. Please repeat that.
I was saying criminal matters are investigated by the police. Unless, not the traffic officer, unless other investigative agencies have been mandated to do so. But not the traffic police. They've got their own responsibilities. No case will ever be referred to them, a criminal matter for investigation. That's a big no. Thank you, Commissioner.
So they cannot conduct a drug bust. Let's just be specific because we are dealing here with a drug bust at Aeroton or at Roycop. You're saying under no circumstances can Mashaba lead a drug bust.
He cannot, Commissioner.
Colonel, we're going to go.
He remained the source of information. Thank you,
Colonel,
Commissioner.
I struggle sometimes when you pause for effect.
Sorry.
But I'll take my cue when you say thank you, and then I'll proceed.
Thank you.
If we can then go back to your statement, we were at paragraph 14. So you then say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and you started the processing of the scene. Can you take us through that?
Paragraph 14.
Yes.
I was also approached by Captain Optov.
Oh, my apologies. Paragraph 14 of your main statement, the one before the commission.
Okay.
So file 1. Because you'll see in the one that you were reading, after you deal with
Okay.
the interviews, you then
Which
deal with
says-
processing. So we are,
All this time, the scene,
Yes.
all this time, the scene was not cordoned. And with the assistance of Warrant Officer Pume and Warrant Officer Machebe, we cordoned the scene. And Colonel Stein arrived at about 12 o'clock. He asked if, spell check, that was supposed to be, if there will be any other assistance that I will be needing. And I said, local criminal record center will be needed together with officer who will be offloading the bags from the black Nissan bag so that the scene can be properly investigated.
Colonel, when you say that the scene wasn't cordoned off and with the assistance of the 2 warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene, which cordoning off did you do?
Can I get that?
Maybe if we go to the pictures again, maybe let's go to 103 of the sketch.
103.
Are you able to, oh, my apologies.
Yes, I'm still there.
Are you able to explain what cordoning off you did?
103.
Yes.
Page 103, that's where the sketch plan is.
Yes, I see this.
Yes. And just before
But
you...
I can see she's not on the same page. We are not.
No, I am.
Yes, but a difficulty I have is that I don't see what depicts the black buggy and the poison's marked police vehicle.
On the sketch plan.
On the sketch plan. Can you show me those?
You are correct. I'm not the. I did not draft this sketch plan, Commissioner.
I'm not suggesting that you did. I just wanted to know if you can, or rather you see the depiction of those on there. You don't, you also don't.
I don't.
There was a sketch prepared by the photographer where she explains where each car was, and there was an affidavit accompanying it. Is it in the stain file or something?
It was in the stain files. There's a key to the sketch.
There's a key, yes.
My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. It's also in this file. It's just that because the pictures come before, there's an interruption between the sketch plan, and it's on page 18. 180, yes.
118.
No, 18. 18.
You want to maybe pull out 1.8 and then go back to 103 and then deal with the questions?
Yes, I'm at 1.8, Commissioner.
So when you look at page 103, can you help by just describing what was cordoned off? You see from that page with the key, it will show you that point E was the red car, which was parked in front of a container. B was the black bakkie where the drugs were loaded, and A was the truck.
Yes, I can see it.
Which means the poisons police vehicle is not where it should be. I don't know, maybe when the sketch was drawn, it was not there. Because then it should be in front of B.
It should be in front of B. I agree.
All right.
Yes, so my question is, you say that you, with the two warrant officers, you cordoned off the scene. So I was just trying to understand what was cordoned off.
In fact, here, Commissioner, even though I don't know where the coordinating tape is, but what I understand,
I did see a picture that has the yellow
I think it will be proper
ribbon that you normally use. It appears clearly in front of the truck, but I don't know where
yes.
it starts and where it ends.
If you look at page 37, the issue with the pictures is because they are close up, they don't quite show the entire area that was cordoned off. But page 37 clearly shows it in front of the bakkie. And
Maybe
if you go
Ms.
to
Bawe,
page 40.
Page 19 as well, photo 1. It gives a wider view. And the police van is there. So maybe look at that as well, in addition to the sketch and the other pictures.
Yes, so, yes, thank you, Commissioner Balu. At page 19, it's a little faint, but there's a tape that runs from the truck, the yellow truck. It seems to go over the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
And runs towards the container. I'm just not sure where it stops.
I believe, because if you can see on page 19, it must be starting at the cap of the parked truck, go through the bakkie, then up to this other container that is in front of the red Kia. Because between these two trucks, there is a black bakkie in there.
Yes.
That is where the drugs, that is where we cordon for those drugs that are in between the truck and the truck with a container on top.
And then again, if you look at page 40, it should show you the other side. Can you see at photo 38?
40 or 14?
40.
Sorry.
Can you see there's a tape
Yes.
that also runs behind what looks like
The
behind
black bike.
the
Yes.
okay. So is it fair to say that the truck and the container, and obviously the contents in between were what was cordoned off?
Correct. That is correct.
And we've learned from testimony that there's an inner and an outer cordoning off. Was this an inner cordoning off of the scene?
This is the inner.
And did you then do the outer?
No.
All right. Then you say Colonel Steyn arrived and he offered assistance. So when he arrived, was this now the first time you're calling on other services like the LCRC?
That is correct.
And he then indicated, maybe just for clarification, what did you ask him to do? To call LCRC and?
Colonel Steyn is coordinating members of drug section.
Yes.
So his presence at the scene was of assistance, because wherever I will overstep or do something, I will still go to him and request for an assistance. If maybe there is something wrong that we did, but because when I introduced him to the scene, he said, no, I think you are still on point. But I said, Colonel, can you, at least for now, assist in calling these relevant stakeholders? Because we have not yet, we started only with the interview. We have not yet done that. Because now I've got a clear picture of what is happening. Can we have this? LCRC should be the first to be called before we can then take back, but we can no longer take them back to the container. We cannot try to rectify what was messed up. The only thing was to say, now these people that, according to me, are defeating, we are now going to show them that this is what we have killed from our scene. The possibility that we must get the DNA from those packaged stuff had you left the scene in its original state. Now that everybody is involved, taken it, then the chances of us getting the DNA, the fingerprints, are very slim, because we will find a lot of them. Then the direction to take, it will be, we have to do the elimination of fingerprints, to say, have you touched this bag? You remember, nobody will ever say, this is the one that was touched by me. Then we have to, when you do elimination, because if I touch, when they check the fingerprints, should they come across mine, they will know that this was the person who was at the scene. Then we do elimination. Who else touched this? But when everybody touched, now we make it difficult for the LCRC person to get, because we must remember, if I'm in charge of the scene, I give direction to the LCRC member. This is what I want. I want to extract or to check the existence of any DNA on the item. Fingerprints that can link to origin, to the origin of the person who packaged, because Maruma and others never packaged those things. That is the discrepancies that I caused on that scene. Then Colonel Steyn called LCRC, which is a standard procedure, which is one of the requirements, which is the first thing that one have to do at the scene. Before, even because there was no commissioners, there was no agent, there was nothing that forced that thing to be speedily done. It is at a secure place. It arrived at its owner. You just tell the owner, let this container and this truck remain as is. There is something that I want to check. We have received this type of info. This is the introduction that you will never be suspicious when you call somebody like this. I'm at your place, I'm suspecting this. So can you, with your assistance, let this be as is until the people that I will be requesting come and assist. That was supposed to be done that way.
Colonel, before I go too far, just to put it to you, Pakula testified yesterday that he ordered the cordoning off. Just to confirm that you deny that it is your team that ultimately did
He would
the
be
cordoning.
lying.
All right, thank you.
And sorry, Commissioner. Pakula is working for Nino. If I have to explain, like I explained about Mashaba,
Yes.
Pakula is working at Nino. Okay, sorry. Pakula is working at Nino because we engaged during the interview. He's working at Nino, and there was a point that I even showed to him that you only investigate cases that have been referred to your office. You don't initiate investigations. Certain cases that are referred to head office are investigated by them. Physical investigation, not to involve on the scene. That is his role and the part of investigation. I can even further to say he knows nothing about drugs, unless if maybe he said he knows. They investigate complaints. Where if you have opened a case somewhere, then there is a feeling that the investigation is not properly done. When they are referring the cases to them, then that is theirs.
I mean, it has to be referred to formally on paper. There has to be a document that goes to them to say, investigate this.
That is correct. I even informed his Colonel Shipungu, told them both. I had an engagement with Shipungu, but that was a destructive engagement by him because he was trying to distract. I pointed to him those point that you must remember, Colonel, you are now interfering. Colonel Shipungu.
And maybe on this point, just to be clear, what it is, what the position is, in fact, what Warrant Officer Pakula said is that he investigated blue light robberies. Let me read what he says. He says, my duties included investigation at national level of blue light robberies, airport following robberies, and then head office inquiry files, which seems to be what you're describing, that it is matters referred to them. But that's the third thing that he says. The first two, he investigates blue light robberies and airport following robberies. Are you saying he doesn't do that? He works only on referral?
Works on referral.
Only?
Only.
Okay, thank you.
Then, Colonel, you say that you indicated to Colonel Steyn that you also needed officers to offload. That would have been once LCRC is there.
Once LCRC is there.
All right. And then we can move to paragraph 15.
Colonel Steyn then indicated that Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris will assist me in handling those bags looted in the Nissan Baki. And whilst we were waiting for LCRC to come, I continued interviewing four male persons. That was pointed to me by Warrant Officer. That was pointed to me. That is Warrant Officer Mohana, Pakula, Mashaba, and Tumelungu. The outcome of the interview led to the arrest of Warrant Officer
Of the four.
Of the four I mentioned, details contained in the police case docket, Boyson's Case 98 of 7/2021, which I therefore refer to NJS1, which is my A1 statement in that Boyson's case, Commissioners.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Woods.
Wait, my apologies, Colonel. Before you move on to that paragraph, just to understand, you are saying that the outcome of the interview leads then to their arrest. And at this stage, if I'm understanding, you are still waiting for LCRC. The bags haven't been offloaded, neither have they been opened.
Yes.
So in terms of the interview leading to the arrest, at that stage, what were you arresting them for?
Now, Commissioners, I indicated earlier on that their action led me to believe that their action were intended to defeat the end of justice. That was the first thing that I told them. I further said, should other investigation prove you otherwise, then you will be charged with possession, with dealing in drugs, because of this, the magnitude and the originality and others. Here you are not possessing. This is pure dealing. That is what I told them.
Okay, so at this stage, they understood that they were going to be arrested for defeating the ends of justice.
That is correct.
You can then. Oh, my apologies, Colonel.
No, I'm fine. I think there was some, but that is that one. The one that I want to say, I think is maintained in my statement. I can.
Okay, so we can go to paragraph 16.
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested persons, made a call.
My apologies, 16.
Oh, Warrant Officer Woods of LCRC arrived at around 14 hours or so. And in the presence of all four now arrested, in the presence of the arrested, now Captain Norkia, Warrant Officer Morris, and Machebe started offloading the black sports bag wrapped with black masking tape from the black Nissan. The first bag was unwrapped, and the content inside was brick-like. And I took it because they were about, these bags, they were about 23, but having different numbers of those brick-likes. The first bag, if I still remember well, it was containing around 23 bricks, which, according to my knowledge, each brick was estimated to be 1 kilogram. Then, of which I can arrive to a conclusion that, which means the black bag one could be estimated at 23 kg. That was my assertion of what was happening. Then I took one of those bricks in the presence of the four, indicating to them, before I could say, I suspect this to be drug, I have to have reasons. Then I took a pin, pressed it on this, then I did that as demonstrated, and to say, you see, then now I can come to a conclusion. Guys, according to me, I will say, you will be dealing in drugs. Your actions of defeating, to me, suggest that you are also dealing in these drugs. That is when I arrived at that arrest, Commissioners.
Colonel, when you opened one and took a pin to see the contents or the powdery substance. Where was Officer Stein, Morris, Norkia? Were they also?
Okay. This is how the scene was processed. Machebe, Morris, and Dale, Norkia, they are responsible for the offloading. Everything that they are doing, I'm now in charge. I'm the scene manager. I'm saying to them, there was for sure one example of bag that was opened that shows how we opened that one. Then I said, you open one. I want to show this gentleman that what is inside the bags, because they are clueless. They don't know what is in the bag. Then that is when I can't recall whether it was Morris, Machebe, or Norkie, but that is when that was opened. And then one brick brought to me, performed that exercise. Then it was taken to aside so that it cannot be counted with, it cannot be put in the same seal bag as those. Should warrant officer want to further his investigation with regard to the DNA testing. That is what I did, we did.
And was Warrant Officer Woods present for that process?
That is correct.
And was this then the bag that was opened photographed as well?
Before we open the bag, we request him, take the bag at its original state. We are now doing demonstration. Open, you take it, then we are opening it. You open, then we are counting. We count, he put them aside. After counting, he took photograph of those.
So if we can go to page, maybe from 56. Oh, that's an earlier one.
Okay, boy, it's a suggestion and you can reject it if it doesn't make sense, because these photos are not very clear. In the stain file 109 and 111, where we have better color photos, I don't know if that will help or if you're confident that this one will show us what we need to see.
No, I'm trying to glance at the site because I had asked for the stain file to be loaded. I'm just checking if it's ready.
I think stain 109 and 111 maybe gives us a better picture of.
Yes. Yes. Yes, so you started by opening, by photographing it as it was on the van, and then as you open each bag and unwrap.
That is correct.
There are other pictures in the stain file. It's at the beginning of the exhibit.
Yes. 4 and
Page
5.
4 and 5.
Yes.
This one.
Colonel, can you confirm that that's a representation? So at page 4, you see all of the bags offloaded, all of them are closed. Then 5 is one bag opened.
Yes.
Can you see that? And then at 6 is where all of them are at least one bag is unpacked.
6 years, I see it.
No, I just wanted you to confirm that's what you were describing.
Yes, this is what I was describing, Commissioner.
And then also, you say there were there are clearly images on the bricks themselves. There's a Red Bull on some,
Yes, there's a Red Bull on some.
and
Others you can see there are eagle. It's an
at
eagle
page
line.
8,
A seagull, we were told.
Sorry?
Seagull.
at page 8.
Yes.
And just to get a sense, had you seen these pictures before, or this kind of marking before?
Yeah, before this incident,
Yes,
yes, I came across a lot.
these very ones.
This branding are common in my investigation of drugs. I've come across them before. I've worked at the airport, intercepted some of these.
All right. And then you indicate that once you took a pin and inserted, and you saw the powdery white substance, which you say you concluded or suspected that it was cocaine.
Correct.
You then informed the 4 that they were arrested for now defeating the ends of justice and an additional charge of dealing in drugs.
That is correct.
And now, did the counting of these exhibits happen in front of the accused, or the suspects? My apologies.
Immediately when warrant officer Woods arrived, when we offload, the 4 of them were made to be present to see, so that they must not come at a later stage and claim that one of the bag was moved in a suspicious manner, might be missing. So the counting, everything, offloading back, because they were not counting when they were loading. That is what I have detected when on my interview with Mohana, because I wanted to know how many bags are in this bag. He could not state.
So in the process of offloading, unwrapping, and counting, what of it did they witness?
What?
Which aspects of it did they witness? Just the offloading and the one bag being opened, or the entire process of processing the bag?
They have to see the entire process. Offloading, opening, counting, sealing. Because after counting, after having done everything, now we have to put them on our own forensic bag, not the sports bag. On our own forensic bag.
Okay. Officer Mahan testified that he only witnessed some and not the entire process of counting.
I will say that was his selective way of wanting to admit certain and leaving others. He was present at all times.
And in fact, I think it's all of them who denied being part of the entire process. But I'll just put that to you. And just to take a step back, when you said you've seen the insignia before, the seagull and the bull, was that ever linked to any cases that you can recall?
I can get. Was it ever linked
Yes.
to any place?
A drug cartel or something that you can recall?
What I can recall, or what I've identified during my term as an investigator in this, the only thing that I can testify or that I can tell this commission is to say they were coming from the same direction.
Direction being?
they were from Sao Paulo in Brazil also. All, if not, most of that I've dealt with. I don't have to say all because I don't know of others, but that I was dealing with regard to this insignia and others, they were tracked to be from the same direction, which is Brazil. Like these ones, they were loaded at a port of, that port in Sao Paulo.
Santo.
So?
Porto Santo or something.
Port of Santos in Sao Paulo.
And have you, in the past, where you've seen this, identified the recipients?
The challenge is here. Most of the people that you are arresting, you can see that they are being used. They will be charged with possession, but they are not able to explain where they're taking them to. Even because I have to inform this commission, some will just come through these couriers. When we look at the address, if you go to the address, you will find maybe they can either give you an address, but when you go at the address, they can even give my own address, my address, because they will be knowing the courier people. They make a call because they will be knowing where they go. The person, that the intended recipient, will be just an ordinary person. When we get into address, the owners of the place, we will find them not to know the person who is, because he has
Meaning
never.
they are not expecting a consignment.
They are not expecting consignment. That is the tricky part of this type of investigation.
Your point that you always identify the couriers but never the kingpins.
Never the kingpins.
Thank you, Colonel. And then just in relation to Warrant Officer Woods, if you can go to page 17 of the exhibit bundle, the big file.
Yes, I'm on 17, Commissioner.
You will see there at, can you just read paragraphs 4 and 5?
Yes. At 14, due to the request from Detective Warrant Officers, I attended an alleged scene of crime at Omni Park, Ireton Drive. The scene and certain points were indicated to me by Detective Warrant Officer Rosa after I made my own observation. I took photos of the alleged scene of crime.
Right. So you see what she says there differs from your recollection. Could it be that she came earlier? Or because on your affidavit you say she arrived at around 1400 hours, and in the presence of the accused, you offloaded the vehicle, and you also testified that you would have been the one who would have told her, laid out the scene for her.
When she arrived at the scene, I personally spoke to her.
Yes.
Or maybe, I don't know, when she was drafting this, the person that she knows there was Rehozo or others. But I remember explaining to her what was happening. But I cannot dispute what she's saying. Reason being, she wanted to know what was, I don't know, because she has got a format of completing the people, like the people who introduced her to the scene. I don't know whether when she arrived, she met with Rukhoso. Then on that pro forma statement, where you enter the name of people, she entered. But I don't want to say much about that because that is her testimony.
All right. Thank you, Colonel.
Do you think she arrived only 15 minutes after you had arrived at the scene? I'm asking that looking at paragraphs 6 and 7 of your statement, your main statement. You got a call at 11 and you arrived at the scene 30 minutes later, which would have been 11:30. And she says she arrived at the scene at 11:45.
With regard to her arrival, but I remember everything was done at around 2.
Yeah, all right.
So, for the sake of not trying to be lost on the issue of the time of the arrival time, maybe, I will say maybe, but the whole scene, when it was started to be processed, it was around that time of 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
And I see the arrests, if you just go to the Section 35 certificates, the arrest of these 4 people was at around 1:15. So it's possible that Officer Wood is correct that all these things were happening around 12 o'clock and not at 2 o'clock,
Not
as you
2.
suggest.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Because all 4 people signed their Section 35 rights certificate at 13:50.
That might be correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. Then can we go to paragraph 17?
Mashaba, who is one of the arrested person, made a call on his cell phone, and he wanted me to speak to the person he was calling. And that person introduced himself to me as Brigadier Shibiri, and he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution. And I said they are under arrest, and his reply was, "No problem. Okay, no problem."
Just to understand, did you know where Brigadier Shibiri was from?
What?
Where was he from?
I was told it's at organized crime. I don't know whether it was at the provincial organized crime or what.
And when he says he wanted to know if there cannot be any amicable solution, what does that mean?
I did not want to answer because I said, Brigadier, these people are under arrest. No further explanation.
What did you ask? What did you understand him to be asking you?
Maybe he did not want us to proceed or to take that direction that we are taking of arrest. That is my thinking now, to say, oh, but then, not now. Because he is saying, don't we have any other thing that we can do other than that? No, I said they are under arrest. He said, no, thank you.
Oh, so you understood him to be asking
Yes. Then
maybe not arrest.
Then in one of my discussion, because that call, I still have to relay it to my superiors to say, I got this strange call from this person. I remember, I said, General Kadwa, but that was not on the day. But I said, on that day I got, when we were doing the presentation now on the cell phone records, I was saying, General Kadwa, I got a call from a person identified himself as Shibiri, whilst we were still there at the scene. He said, no, he also phoned me. He wanted to know. Because when he was calling me, I said, just bear in mind, I'm working this with my general. He is here. He dropped. That is when he said, okay, he dropped. Then when I'm relaying the incident to General Kadwa, I say, I got this call, which is, to me, it was strange, from Brigadier Shibir. Then he said, he also phoned me. I said, what did he say? He said, no, arrest them. On that call, General Kadwa said, he received, if the record, the cell phone records could state, it will show that it was Mashaba and then General Kadwa, because he did not call me on my phone. He was phoned by Mashaba. After dropping the call, then he called General Kadwa. That is what I got as and when I was presenting on what looked suspicious.
Who called Kadwa? Shibiri or
Shibiri.
Mashaba?
Shibiri.
And just to make sure I follow, to you he asked about amicable solution. To General Kadwa he said arrest.
Arrest.
All right. Then you can proceed to paragraph 18.
We continued to process the scene, and Captain Norkia and Morris were recording the exhibit, and as part of my investigation, I confiscated all the cell phones of the arrested person.
Okay. Colonel, can we stop here? Just to understand, Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris were processing the exhibits. Did you play any part in the recorder of that process?
I must at all times be present when they are doing those. In the counting, in their entering those exhibits, because Colonel Stein also what he did, he arranged for the book, the SAP-13 book, to be brought to the scene so that everything can be recorded at the scene.
I don't understand the answer. Ms. Powe asks, did you play any part? And your answer is, I must always be present. So were you present watching as they were counting, or were you part of the counting in that you also did counting?
They were counting in my presence. I was not.
You were not counting?
I was not physically counting.
And you were not putting into evidence?
I was not putting them in the evidence bag, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So while you were watching, did they tell you about the final numbers?
Yes.
Do you recall?
But I think
If you don't recall, it's also okay.
I can't recall, but I know they were. When I was estimating, when I was compiling, I said they are about half a ton. That was my conclusion, to say those kilograms, as long as they are above 500, which means they are about a ton.
There's a record somewhere.
No, because
even if you don't recall off the top of your head.
I'll take you there.
I can't remember. There were seven.
There should be.
There must be 7 something.
7.
Because
yes,
that was, yes, what they told me, the number that they told me is around 7 something. 7.
Yes, I think that's the figure we were given.
715 is the
715, 715.
Yes. Just to say that we've heard testimony. In fact, we've just looked at Morris's statement where he deals with, maybe let's just go to page 6.
Of which bundle?
The one, the big one in front of you.
Page?
6. Can you see it's a statement. It's a statement from Warrant Officer Morris, and if you go to paragraph 9, he then itemizes or lists the number of bricks that have been placed in each forensic bag. Can you see that?
Yes.
And when you count, so the number that he's listed as 16 packages, if you add all of those numbers together, you only get to 700.
I'm lost, Commissioner.
So you see how he says from the first sport kit bag, we placed 18 packages into the unique forensic bag number X.
Yes.
And then again, he says 14 packages into unique bag number X.
Yes.
Now, if you count the number of packages listed, you only get to 700.
Yes.
The same happens when you look at the SAP 13 register. I'm just trying to find it.
Which is
which is on page 277 of that same file. Are you there?
yes, I'm on 277.
Yeah, you'll see there again, it will list the evidence bag number, and then it will describe how many packages were in that evidence bag.
That is correct.
Except there's one of them where the total number hasn't been set out. But if you take that bag number and check it alongside Warrant Officer Morris's statement, you'll see the number there. But when you calculate the number of packages, you add them together again. Based on the SAP 13, you also again just get to 700.
That is correct.
Maybe to complete the point, when the lab then does a count of the same 29 bags, the total there is 715.
On page?
If you go to page 313, my apologies. That is the statement, the 212 statement of Modise. And if you go to paragraph 3, are you there?
313, yes.
Yes. You'll see there, she says that she was on duty and received 49 sealed evidence bags and lists all of the unique numbers. And then at the last sentence, says the total number of solid substance block was 715.
Where?
The last sentence of paragraph 3.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes, so there seems to have been a mistake in the counting of...
Is the explanation perhaps, I don't know, I'm not sure about the chronology, but I remember Colonel Stein saying that one of the bricks got stuck onto the side of the bags, and it was stuck there as a result of the adhesive tape, and that it was taken and put together with the rest at a later stage. Perhaps that may not be the explanation, but I remember that detail. Where it fits in the bigger scheme of things, I have no idea.
Yes,
or is
Chair.
it already accounted for where you take us to the 700?
No, it only just creates another mistake, which is that would have been the 716th block. And that's explained. If you look at page 310, there's an affidavit by a Mabasa that deals with the additional brick that was received, and that's after the 715. And just to say that I think, if I recall, Colonel Steyn did accept that there is a mistake. Similarly, and we'll deal with the Gerber report, remember the internal report from DPCI, also
Yes.
noted that there were mistakes in the counting of the exhibits. Were you aware of this?
Of the counting. What
Yes.
what I remember, Commissioner, is that with regard to the one that was left somewhere, I think in the docket, Captain Norkie brought me another statement to say this is the last one that was submitted to forensic. Then I attached it because he said when we reached there, we found that the numbers are not tallying. So then this is what we did. We traced then this back. I don't know, but there was an explanation to that by Colonel Norkie, by Captain Norkie, to say this is an additional statement
Yes.
of resubmitting
Yes.
the ones that were not part of the first one that was sent. I got that report.
Yes, the explanation was that Warrant Officer Woods, when they took all of the packaging material for testing, that one of the blocks was stuck in the adhesive because all of the bags are wrapped in tape. So when they were running dirt analysis, they discovered that one of the bricks was stuck, and they gave it to the DPCI, Warrant Officer Norkie.
And of
And
which
that was then taken a month later to the lab, bringing the count to 716.
that one I agree.
Yes, so I'm just, so you had no knowledge of the discrepancies in the counting?
When Captain Norkie was giving me this second statement, that is when I became aware that not all bricks were submitted at the same time there. But of the report, on the report of, you said the Gerber report, I was not aware of that report.
All right. Then just to complete what happens along the exhibits, you know that the exhibits were then submitted to Boyson's, SAP 13. Do you know anything about the movement of the exhibits?
I kept on checking because we work at it as a team to say, when are you submitting those exhibits? Because Captain Norkie informed me that, even I think Colonel Steyn informed that, you must remember the station commander of Boyson's does not want those drugs to be kept there for a long time. Then I am then informed that forensic is saying they don't have a space. They are making an arrangement on the date on which they can send them to forensic.
And who gives you this update?
Sorry?
Who's telling you this?
I'm informed by Colonel Steyn.
Okay, and then you know that Boyson's doesn't want them, and the lab is saying that they'll give you a date on which to give them. What happens in that intervening period? What do you know of what happens?
Then Later on, I was told by Captain Norkie that an arrangement has been done that they be removed from Boysen's SAPS and they will be kept at Pretoria College. There is a good space, there is a safe there that they can lock them there.
And from your knowledge and experience, was that appropriate?
I will say any movement or any chain should be substantiated by a statement. If they say Pretoria College has got a safe, one will have to submit a statement to say, because that chain must not be broken. The continuous possession of those drugs must have a clear passage to say they went then, and it must also be stated their originality, referring to after the packaging. When forensic receives them, they must receive them in the state at which they were packaged. So that is why I'm saying any movement, any person who will be coming across that exhibit must submit the statement. If, like I was told by Captain Norkie, they said there was an arrangement that they be kept at Pretoria College. I don't know whether the Pretoria College, they were referring to the Pretoria Police Training College or what, but the indication to me was they will be kept at Pretoria College.
Now we know from testimony that the college or the area in which the exhibits were kept is not a SAP safe. There's no, the check-ins that are usually done at SAP registers, and a clerk and all of that, that doesn't exist at a college. It's essentially a strong room.
That I was not aware of. And that I was not part of that arrangement.
And is it appropriate though, based on your knowledge?
I will say it is appropriate only if I have acquainted myself with this, the type of the security where it is supposed to be. Because if I can now say it is not appropriate, and then the evidence is brought to me that it was a safe, the police were in charge of the keys, there was 24-hour guard, no one else has laid his hand on those exhibits, then if it was done that way, I will say it's appropriate. But if it was just dropped or taken to a place where the security is questionable, that I won't accept to be appropriate.
You were no longer personally responsible for the custody of the substance or substances?
No.
Colonel, if I remember the testimony of Colonel Steyn correctly, he had testified that there were no cameras and that there wasn't a guard directly in front of where it was kept. There are, of course, guards around the college. Does that in any way change your answer?
It can't change my answer.
All right. And then just to complete this, we also heard testimony that when the exhibits arrived at the labs, the lab noted that there were small tears in the exhibit bags, necessitating Norkia and Morris to put 8 of the bags into new evidence bags. Were you aware of this?
That is a common practice, but I was not aware of this one.
All right. And just generally, as the investigating officer, how far does your oversight of these processes go? So, at the scene, you are very clear that you witnessed everything and they did it, but you were there, it was in your presence. After that, when it comes to the movement of your exhibits, what exactly is your role? Or is it very limited?
That is why I'm saying there were some taskings to say you will be assisted. In terms of movement, once there is a team that has taken the custody of the exhibit, that remains with them. Mine is just to get each and every statement of the movement to say this is what we did, so that it can still maintain the integrity of my evidence. So, but if certain facts are not disclosed to me, then that I can say that can be questionable.
And just to complete the picture of what happens with the exhibits, I do note that by 2022, you were no longer in this investigation. Am I correct?
Correct.
We know from testimony that sometime in 2024, the lab discovers that 136 kilograms
In
is
2024?
unaccounted for. Yes.
What happened? Sorry.
136 kilograms is unaccounted for in what remains with the lab.
That is news to me.
All right, thank you. Colonel, then let's move to paragraph 19.
I have noticed in the downloading record of all accused that Mashaba did not know Mohana before 09/07/2021, and they were introduced to each other by a person stored as Police Albertine, who became to be known to me as Warrant Officer Pokungwana, who at the time was hospitalized for COVID.
Thank you. Colonel, just to get the timeline here, you confiscated the phones on the day, and then you mentioned that when you noticed something in the downloading. When did the downloading happen?
Even though I cannot give the exact, but my investigation in terms of the gadgets, they were quick, because within a space of a week, I had already identified, before we could go for their bail application. That is when I identified through when they were checking, because I kept in contact with the people doing downloading. They said, there you are having a strong case. There is this communication. Then I went and checked, because that thing must be completely done. I just needed something at the initial part of my investigation to say, no, with this, now I'm armed with the charge of dealing in drugs. Based on the first communication chat that I got from Munku's phone. Because the reason why I requested it to be done, his presence at the scene was doubt, created a lot of doubt. I wanted to know, this person is here. This person is here an informer. But maybe I can get something on him. That is when I was called to say, no, there is this suspicious communication.
So are you saying that within the space of a week, at least a preliminary assessment had been done, analysis had been done?
And they?
Some sort of preliminary analysis had been done?
Yes.
But that you were still undertaking further?
It was not yet compiled to me to say, now you can use it as a complete part of our digital investigation.
Okay, so you were given some information about it, but the complete analysis wasn't done yet.
No, it wasn't done yet.
Okay. And then you say that you noticed that Mashaba didn't know Mohana, and that they met each other through Pokungwani, which seems like it's on that day. What did you make of this?
The issue of Warrant Officer Pokungwane, it was detected on the cell phone records. This communication says, if I still remember, it says, we are not happy about our consignment being intercepted at Isipingo on the 22 of June 2021. You remember, mine is done on the 9th. Then this part of communication speaks to the thing that happened a month earlier, which is June, on the 22nd of June. This is that communication says. Now the police get people who will secure and make sure that the police does not intercept this. This is the instruction given to Nku. Nku now is forwarding this message to Mashaba. General, organize members. The people are not happy. This communication on itself now brought conclusion to me. Now, I'm now in the case to say, the people now that are brought, which is Mohana and Pakula, because they wanted the real soldiers. These are the real soldiers.
Can you please take us step by step through everything you are saying now? If you are saying it based on the statement of somebody, please take us there.
No, based on, this is only based.
Everything that you are saying now.
Okay.
You step by step, take us there, please.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner. Cell phones were seized. They were taken for downloading. Then evidence that came out of the downloading, which I cannot all explain now because we have to do the presentation. I remember I even did the presentation to different head of the provinces. Then that evidence came through that communication. Then it was speaking to Pokungwa. In fact, the people that
Are
I
you
can...
talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
Sorry, ma? Sorry?
Are you talking about WhatsApp chats? What are you talking about?
The WhatsApp chats that were obtained in the download. They were speaking about Warrant Officer Pokungwane. Pokungwane said, I will get you somebody. Then there was, after that, there was WhatsApp calls. Then it shows that these people called each other, Pokungwane and Mashaba. The calls lasted for, I cannot now, but it shows that is when he was submitting the telephone number of Nku. Because on the WhatsApp chat he said, you will get one. Then after that call, Mashaba is making a call to.
Just a minute. Colonel, we feel that you are not giving us sufficient detail. You seem to be proceeding from the premise that the information is available somewhere there. Yes, it is, but for purposes of our own record, because we will have to make our own findings, we want the detail for ourselves. Perhaps we should take the lunch adjournment at this stage, come back at 2 p.m., and if you want to lay your hands on the presentation you are referring to, please do so over the lunch break. We want details. What did the church say? Who said what to whom? And you must take us through that step by step for the narrative to make sense to us. We don't want to read between the lines. Am I making sense?
It makes sense, Commissioner, but
Yes.
now the problem is because I'm trying to, I even may try to make an arrangement to say those who are now having the docket and those who were having, because I think that was left with the Jamestown people for further investigation. I don't know, but it is there. I spoke to the analyst at some stage when I was requested to, because I said, I think certain evidence need to be presented. Then he said the laptop crashed. But what he's having, he's having, he said it's a bigger, what on, I think it's on Excel or what.
But it may be enough for the immediate for us to tell a story that flows, that makes sense, that tells us who said what to whom. Surely you remember part of that, if not all of that, off the top of your head. The detail may not necessarily be what is contained in the document, but all we want is for you to tell us a coherent story. Thus far, the story is not coherent at all. Say there were WhatsApp chats, and then and we're left in the dark as to the details. Am I making sense?
Commissioner, you are still making sense.
Yeah.
I will just make sure that I make a phone call to say if there is still that they can just make sure that they email such so that it can be presented here.
Perhaps
that will indicate.
Perhaps Ms. Bowe will come to your rescue. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Yes, Chair, we do have some information at our disposal. If we can just take the lunch adjournment, I'll
Yes.
discuss with Colonel if we have the same thing, and if not,
Yes.
I'll assist him to make means.
Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, Ms. Bowe. I don't know whether you will lead us or whether I should ask the Colonel to take us through what I requested.
Chair, I'll assist Colonel, and what we'll attempt to do is to break down what Colonel was trying to explain before we took the lunch adjournment.
Thank you, thank you.
Colonel, before you started giving an explanation about the downloads, I was asking you about what you made of Pokungwana's involvement. And in that, you explained that the phones were downloaded and you retrieved certain communication. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And part of the communication that you discovered in the phones is a conversation between Mr. Nku and another person. Can we start with those conversations between Mr. Nku and an individual you identified there in the chats?
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. In Mr. Ngu's phone, what was discovered is that it's a screenshot that indicates that there is a communication between somebody and him about this consignment and what was supposed to be done and the like. This is what they were communication. And then what I can say, or what I want to present you, is just to say that there were instructions between Nku and the other person.
Colonel, do you remember what the instructions were in relation to this consignment? If I recall correctly, you mentioned the Isipingu drug bust, that there was some concern over that.
Yeah, in fact, the communication was a concern about the interception. Then
The Isipingo interception.
the one that happened in
Durban.
Durban.
Yes.
That is a concern. Now, the communication, it shows that they wanted surety that this is not going to happen to this one. That was the main communication that was.
This one being the Eritrean one.
Meaning the Eritrean one.
Okay.
It happened somewhere in June. So the surety is that.
Was my mic on? I think it was off. I was saying, and you said the Isipingo or Durban interception had taken place a month earlier.
A month, it was communication about what happened a month earlier. Thanks,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
And
So-
Colonel, when you say the Isipingu one that happened a month earlier, am I correct that you're referring to the one that was discussed last week here at the Commission? Or is it a different one, the Port Shepstone one?
That only came through further investigation that is the same.
Okay. All right, so they expressed this concern to Mr. Nku.
To Mr.
And what was Mr. Nku's reaction? Alternatively, what did he do?
And did I understand you to, I'm very sorry, Ms. Power, did I understand you to say that as part of the expression of the concern, what was being said was there should not be a recurrence of what had happened in Durban?
In Durban. That is correct,
All right,
Commissioner. Then-
Thanks, Colonel. So then what does Mr. Nku do, or how did he respond?
Then Mr. Nku's response was that I did not pick up that part.
Besides the concern, was there an instruction to Mr. Nku?
Nku, then after that communication, Nku now phoned the general.
Was there an instruction to him, to Mr. Nku?
Yes, because it says the bosses are now becoming to panic.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Does Nku respond to the text at that point?
What I can say is that Nku then introduced that information to the general, of which the general is Mr. Mashab.
And we know that you know that because what? Is it in the text?
We know that it was in the text.
So Nku sent a text to Mashaba.
Nku is communicating with Mashaba
By text.
by text.
Okay.
And does
Now
he send a
Masha-
screenshot? Because you said it was a screenshot.
It was in a screenshot.
Okay.
Now Mashaba is seen communicating with Pukungwane
By text as well, or is it a telephone call?
by text.
Okay.
Now he's seen communicating with Pukungwane.
He says what to Pukungwana? Do you remember?
What I remember that he requested his assistance. Then Pukungwane is now sick. He cannot participate. Then there were calls. That is when Mashaba now called Mahan, which means this one I can just assume to say Pukungwane was giving them the number of Mohan, because now Mohan is now introduced. They did not know it. When I was observing, I could see Nku and the rest of the police officers, they don't know each other. Mashaba and the people that is inviting, which is Mohana, they were introduced to each other by someone else, which in this case, it is Pukungwane. That is how all these things unfolded.
Well, maybe the evidence of Mahane, as I recall it, is that Mashaba called Pukungwana, and then Pukungwana couldn't help him, and then Pukungwana gave Mahane's number to Mashaba.
That is correct.
Yeah, so what you've just described about that part is what Mahane testified.
Of which is correct,
Yes,
Commissioner.
and you say that's what you could see from the analysis,
Yes.
telephone analysis. Okay.
The part that is missing is what you said before lunch. Either I'm getting it wrong or maybe after lunch you said it differently. You said something about somebody being concerned about the police getting hold of the drugs or seizing the drugs. So can you, in your own words, as you remember it from the text, just repeat that part?
This text, Commissioner, it is what I'm saying, that it's on the Trima encrypted message. It was just a screenshot by Nku. For sure.
I'm more interested in the content where it talks about making sure the police don't get hold of the drugs. That's the part I want you to just clarify.
The text, Commissioner, it was just saying it must not be intercepted. They are worried about what happened on the previous in Durban during June.
Isipingo one.
The Isipingo.
Yes, thank you.
The Durban, which is it was concerned. Yes.
And then, Colonel, from that communication, do you know if Mr. Mashaba activated anyone else? So we know that he tried Pukungwana and got a number for Mahane. Did he make any other calls during that time to other police officials?
There was a WhatsApp call, Commissioner, to Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke. But I cannot state the time, but it happened around, it can be around 9:10. In that communication, there can be that communication that he contacted Maluleke on WhatsApp on that day.
And I don't suppose you remember the time of this,
I don't remember.
whether
the
it
time,
was early.
but it was earlier.
It was earlier. And just to clarify which Maluleke you're talking about, because there were two Malulekes on the scene, which one do you say was contacted by Mr. Mashaba?
It was Maluleke of Pretoria, who was working
In
at
Tom's.
organized crime in Pretoria.
I think it's a lieutenant colonel.
He's a Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke.
And were those then the only three police officers contacted early by Mr. Mashaba?
Except for Okay, the police officers that were contacted, except for the one that he contacted, the brigadier, that happened in my presence.
Oh, no. So that was later in the day. You mean Brigadier Shibir?
Yes.
All right. And you weren't able to pick up from this analysis who calls Sergeant Pakula?
Pakula is called by Mahano.
All right.
By sergeant, you mean warrant officer now?
Warrant officer
Or
now.
because there's the sergeant who's the younger brother
Yes, certainly.
of K9, yes.
Yes. It's just to clarify, warrant officer now, who
Yes,
testified
warrant officer
yesterday. So this also then covers, maybe can you please read paragraph 20?
Before you leave the text, are you leaving the text? Are you leaving the text? There's this WhatsApp chat in stain file 115. If if Colonel can just tell us if he has been able to identify.
115.
Yeah. Whether in your investigation and analysis you were able to identify the parties to that WhatsApp communication.
Yes, I'm seeing them.
Are you familiar with this communication?
Yes.
I must say to you, we're getting it from newspaper articles, so we're not clear what the source is. But during the course of your investigation, did you come across this?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us who are the parties to this chat?
Sorry, Commissioner, I did not.
Are you able to tell us who was communicating in this chat?
This communication is between this person, Alpha, and Nku.
Nku. So is Alpha the business person?
No, sorry, I'm sorry. This communication is in the screenshot of Nku, which means it's a communication between this person who is sending this communication. He shows Nku. In fact, it seems there were two people talking aside. Now this other one wants to prove to Nku that this is the level at which we are, because it is in Nku's screenshot. That will suggest to say it cannot be him communicating with others. He just screenshot the communication of other two people that were raising this concern, which means he wanted to show those on the ground how the bosses are worried about the consignment.
So I'm sure we'll get the full analysis later on. For now, you say this is what was found in Nku's phone, and it was in the form of a screenshot.
It was in the form of a
Thank
screenshot.
For it to make sense, the great chats should be by Nku or not, because those containers are still there, boss, and it's Nku that we know to have been on the ground. Give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Do you also think that's Nku, the gray, instead of the blue, or as opposed to the blue?
It can also suggest to that this person, that is why I'm saying, the only worry was that why now is it in a screenshot, but when you look at it, you can see it might be Nku, who is saying, give it until 7, I'm pressing.
And those containers are still there, yeah, okay. All right, thank you, thank you.
This is on 9 July. That's the day of this operation.
That was the day of the operation.
Yes. Thank you.
And Colonel, just to tie it up, how many phones did you seize from Mr. Nku?
Commissioner, if maybe I can have the statement of confiscation of items, because now I cannot remember. But if I remember, some of those people they were having two cell phones. And what I've realized in the downloading, we did not get Pakula's state cell phone. It was not part of the downloading, if I still remember.
All right. Colonel, can you then read into the record paragraph 20? Because I think you've dealt with it in some ways.
Paragraph of my
20 of your statement, yes. Okay, so.
On the cell phone record of Tumelunga found suspicious communication, which says the police must not intercept this consignment like the one happened in this bingo on the 2021-06-22, and Tumelo will then raise the same concern with Mashaba, who will promise that they will be safe. There was also a photo that shows it was taken from Apollonia ship that arrived in Durban from Sao Paulo, Brazil, that week.
Sorry, what was the photo?
On Tumelungu, there was a photo of the yellow jersey truck,
Okay.
but I'm not having it here. But those photos were the yellow jersey truck, the container.
Okay. All right.
And then you say that you also found further encrypted communication on Trima.
One of them, this message that now we are talking about, it shows that it came from this encrypted communication known as Trima. It shows that it was not WhatsApp. It shows they were communicating on Trima.
And you say that then all of this communication was then put into this docket.
Was contained?
You say that this was then put into, all of this communication was put into the docket.
I had the communication, I had, in fact, everything when I left the docket, when it was sent to court, everything that I'm testifying about, they were in the docket.
And then, Commissioners, can we move past the messages that were discovered on the phones? There'll be a further witness on the analysis. Then we can move to paragraph 22.
Maybe before we do that, we've heard from other witnesses, and I ask now, because paragraph 22 is a different day, it's the 10th, it's the next day. We've heard from other witnesses that General Khan arrived on the scene and spoke to people, gave instructions. We've heard that from Warrant Officer Pakula, and we've heard it, I think, from Mahane as well. It might be Stein as well, might have testified to that. You don't say anything about him in your statement, his presence at the scene on the 9th. Do you want to explain that?
Commissioners, I have not seen General Khan, but it only came to my knowledge that when I was just checking to say, there is this information that General Khan was there, but myself, I did not even engage with him. Then I was informed that there were two generals, except for General Khan.
The other general?
They mentioned other general. I can't remember the same name, but I was told there were two generals, but that I did not even see. General Khan, I'm told he was there. I don't know whether the only information about General Khan it will come in my statement,
Yes.
in this statement here.
So when you hear that, what you've heard about General Khan being on the scene, was it said he was on the scene before you arrived, or while you were there, you just did not see him?
Commissioners, when I was making a statement to IPIT, that is when I'm informed that I have been instructed by General Khan to arrest those members, of which I denied. Because during the time, or at that time when I was dealing with the information and interviewing of them, I did not see General Khan. I did not.
If he was present on the scene when you were there, considering the role that you were playing as the owner of the scene, you're now in charge of the scene, you would have seen him if he was as active, because I think what we've heard from the evidence is he spoke to Mashaba and Mahane, I think Pakula as well, asked them who are they, who are their superiors, and he called their superiors who answered the way they did about knowledge of these people being on the scene. We heard from Pakula that when LCRC was there, Pakula was introduced to Khan. Pakula went and spoke to Khan, and Khan told him to stand down. But before he stood down, he went to the motor vehicle that had the drugs, that black police car, to remove the seals that were on the passenger seat, and he was stopped from taking them. So according to Pakula, Khan was there at the same time as LCRC, and Khan was giving instructions or was active on there. My question to you is, you were in charge of the scene. You would have seen him if he did what Pakula describes.
Yes, I would have seen him if he did, as per the explanation by Pakula, I would have seen him.
But you are saying you did not see him.
And I did not know General Khan by then.
You didn't know him.
I didn't know General Khan by then.
You had never seen him.
I only came in contact with General Khan after this case.
And he was, according to this account, he was at the scene. He did not come to say, I'm here. No one said to you, General Khan is here. Nothing of sorts happened.
Commissioners, the reason why I only, when IPIT was questioning me, because I did not know, I asked General Kado, that was General Khan there at the scene? He said he was with him, and together with other general. I can't remember who that general was, but he told me about him. We did not even interact, me and him.
Did you see Kadwa at the scene?
General Kadwa was at the scene.
Who was he with?
He entered at the scene with Brigadier Loyala, Colonel Ludik. And because that is why I said, where they stopped, that was where other people were. That will include the employee of that company. That is why even when my Brigadier Schobel, when arrived, she also stopped with them. Then she came to me at a later stage also, but she did not take part on what was happening. So I did not know General Khan. But
is it possible that he could have been there and you did not see him?
It can be possible, commissioners.
So you can't dispute that?
I can't dispute that one. I can't.
Can I assist here, Colonel? Maybe let's go to the statements that are in the docket, because I think once you go through the statements, you'll see that he actually played a very significant role, and it would be odd that you didn't speak to him. Let's start with the statement of Mohoboya. It starts at page 113. 113.
Of the first bundle that I made.
Yeah, the big bundle. You will see there, that's the statement of a Mashile Mohoboya, who is or was a sergeant at the time. Do you recall him at all? Okay.
I can't remember
Now,
this one.
he gives an account of what was happening at the scene. Of importance, I think, let's go to paragraph 9. You'll see in the paragraphs preceding paragraph 9, he talks about the scene and how there was fights or arguments at the scene. And then at paragraph 9, he says, after General Khan arrived at the scene, he took over the scene and interviewed the first responder to the scene. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
And then he goes on to say that General Khan he was standing next to Mashaba, and I heard him saying, who called the general here? We want to leave with our things. If he didn't come here, we were going to leave. People like to call too much. I can make or start to call also if it will end up sour. Can you see that?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, so this officer is essentially saying that not only did General Khan arrive, but that General Khan took over the scene and seems to suggest that he was interviewing or at least talking to the suspects. Can you see that?
I'm seeing this statement.
Now, if we go to, let's go to page 170.
117.
170. And at 170, you'll see that's the statement of Bruce Paul Bok,
Yes.
who is the unit commander of serious and organized crimes.
Yes.
So if we go to paragraph 2, the second sentence, he says, at 11:55, I received a telephone call from Major General Khan of CI, who also asked, me whether I had a Colonel Maluleke reporting to me, and that was in charge of the narcotic investigation within my unit, to which I responded in the affirmative. The general further stated that he was going to arrest my member who was on the scene, namely Colonel Maluleke and Sergeant Masuma from my unit for defeating the cause of justice. I informed the General that if they have grounds to do so, that they must proceed. You see that?
I see it.
Then, if we can, I'm going to ask us to go to a different file altogether. If we can, the file with Ms. Maposho's statement and annexures.
Page?
Let's start with page 44. Just for context, this is a statement obtained by IPID from I'm not sure about the rank, but a SABC, Officer SABC, who is from the dog unit and had arrived at the scene together with Sergeant Pakula, the one from K9. And if we go to paragraph 2,
Yes.
I don't want us to read the whole thing. He starts with just saying that he was informed by Warrant Officer Pakula that there was a truck, a yellow truck, informed that the truck was used to transport drugs from Durban Harbour, and also pointed to us this is when they arrived at the scene, right? So he's saying that they met up with Warrant Officer Pakula, who then showed them the truck and said that the yellow truck was transporting drugs from Durban Harbour, and also pointed us to a truck driver who was also placed under arrest. Warrant Pakula asked me to search the truck and my goodness, I can't read that word. On the compartment, and was distracted by an African male who was called Rikotso, as they denied us entry or exiting the scene, so I can use the dog, and also accused us of coming to escort the drugs all the way from Pretoria. And there he deals with General Khan and informed them that General Khan, we were also asked by General Khan of our involvement on the scene, and further informed him that our commander gave us permission to come. So he covers also General Khan's intervention and General Khan questioning them about their presence. Can you see that?
But this statement, Commissioner, is very strange to me.
Why?
Why is it
Strange in the sense that if really he was there at the scene, I understand K9 members drive a marked vehicle with a dog. Then upon my arrival, there was no K9 buggy around the scene. Except to say the only marked vehicle was that one, and the one driven by Captain Optov of Flying Squad. Again, the names, Sapi and Pakula, were brought to me. They even called me, volunteering to submit statements. I know them. The reason why I'm saying this is strange, because I asked questions to say, were you really at the scene? They were giving a contradicting version to say, we were still coming. Immediately when we entered, there were a lot of police, we turned. Then I said, what statement are you gonna give? Then they left. I was only surprised when the defense was doing representation to say, there are these statements. Even Colonel Maluleke, who's working under Colonel Bok, requested to make a statement to me. We had a chat with him, said, what statement? What role did you play? Why did you not take over the scene? Because upon my arrival, yes, I have noticed that you were there. What did you do? He could not. He was just standing like an onlooker. Then,
Colonel, before you go too far, I've written here in my notes that we must come back to deal with the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke. I don't want, because I know you want to comment on the statement. I just want to take you through all of the statements that mention General Khan's involvement and then get your comment. So just to say, you see from what we're reading, it's not only Sabe who you say is questionable. There are more. Can I take you to the others?
I do understand and I know.
Then, sorry, and on to your point about why they weren't there, you'll see in paragraph 3, he deals with why they left the scene. And that was because the dog was in the motor vehicle in the sun, and they informed General Khan that the dog was dehydrating. And it was at that point that they were allowed to leave.
On Sabi's statement?
Yes.
Paragraph 3?
Yes. Then if you go to just to place it on record that even Pakula from the dog unit recounts the same story as Officer Sabe. And then just to complete it with the statement of Sipungu that's in the docket. If we can go to page 223. Unfortunately, this statement doesn't have paragraph numbers, but the third paragraph that starts with at about 10. Yeah. I again received a call from General Khan, who asked me if the member Warrant Officer Pakula informed about the operation. I told him that he called me and informed me about the operation. He further told me that he was going to arrest the member because his story does not make it up. Does not. I'm going to go perhaps saying that the story doesn't add up. Right. So in addition to the officers, Mahani and Pakula, who speak about General Khan's involvement, his participation is also confirmed by all of these people that were contacted by General Khan from the scene where he was making inquiries about the members' presence. And what is also significant about what the supervisors say, so Bok and Sipungu, they say very clearly that General Khan informed them that their members were going to be arrested. So it seems to me that General Khan played a significant role at the scene. Mohoboya goes as far as saying that he was in charge of the scene at a particular point. And so to me, your answer to Commissioner Baloyi seems insufficient because it appears from the docket that Khan played a very significant role, at least in the time that he was there. And just to say that General Kadwa does also confirm that General Khan was at the scene and gave him a briefing.
I think I have answered it to say, I never interacted with General Khan. I even further say, fall on the issue that can you dispute the fact that General Khan was there? I am still saying, I can't dispute if he was there. But the only thing that I never had any contact with General Khan.
I suppose
If-
Colonel... Oh.
If he had taken over the scene, would you not have seen that? Because one of the statements that Ms. Bowe referred us to says that General Khan took over the scene. If that had happened, would you not have seen it?
Commissioners,
Especially as I understand the situation, you were now in charge of the scene, or not?
it would never have happened when I'm in charge of the scene.
Yes.
Unless
So how do you explain the statement that says he took over the scene?
No, I'm saying when I took over the scene, I got it from Sergeant Ndo.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
So which would mean that he either took the scene over from you or further down the line from somebody who might have taken it over from you. But I don't think anybody else took it over from you. So would you not have seen him if he had taken over the scene?
I would have seen him. Unless if he came before me, because when I look at the time frame, they're speaking about someone is saying 9, the other one is saying 10. But I don't want to use...
Before does not look possible.
So,
not on the information that we have. I'm saying before does not look possible.
it does not look possible. Even in my presence, it did not happen.
So my question then is, are you able to explain the statement that says that at some stage he took over the scene?
No, he did not.
Thank you.
You see, what he says in his statement, this is General Khan, he says when he left the scene, he left General Kadwa in charge of the scene. That's what Khan says. He's at the scene at some point that you say you were in charge of. He approached the members who were standing next to the black bakkie, so we know he was at the scene.
Yes.
In fact, Pakula does say that he was, at some point, they were made to stand next to the bakkie. He introduced himself as Khan. I asked them what they were doing there. Then one of them was Maluleke, told me that this was his operation and that he was from the DPCI Pretoria. These are the members that are standing next to the black vehicle.
Yes.
I asked him who his commander was, and he said Colonel Bok. He gave me the number whom I called. Bok told me he was not aware of the operation. I think Ms. Bowe has done that with you. And then he says, I then saw a member that I recognized on the scene, Warrant Officer Pakula. And Pakula does say that this man was there. And we know that Pakula would have been, on your version, you cordoned the scene. So Pakula would have been there because in the end he's one of the people that are arrested. Khan says, I saw Pakula there.
Correct.
And asked him the same question, requested the number of his superior, He then spoke to Mahane, the member who was driving the black bakkie. Told me his name, asked him for the details of his superior, and he told me that he didn't know, he was just about to accompany his friend Mashaba to the operation. I decided that more investigation is required. I called Kadwa. So General Khan calls Kadwa. General Khan is on the scene. He calls Kadwa, General Kadwa rather. I requested him to come to the scene. I also called General Lekalakala. I think
General
that's
Lekalakala was
the
there,
general
yes.
you wanted. So Khan is placing himself on the scene. And he also calls Kadwa. You say you were told later that Kadwa was there standing. And then he called somebody else, Maisela, who is the commander of Mashaba, who told him they were looking for Mashaba and they didn't know about the operation. Kadwa and Lekalakala arrived on the scene. He explained the situation to them. After a few minutes, I left the scene. And then I informed my divisional commissioner, and then I received a call from Sipungo, who asked me for permission to visit the scene. I told him to please contact Kwad Kadwa, who was left in charge of the scene. So on General Khan's account, you were never in charge of the scene. That's on his account. You were never on the scene. And this is a statement, it's part of the docket. You were never in charge of the scene. Kadwa was in charge of the scene. What I'm seeking to make sense of is, in your statement, you don't mention Kadwa. In your evidence, you say you were told he was there. So on your account, he was just inactive there. But Khan places him on the scene. Pakula makes him active on the scene because Pakula explains this is what Khan did, which coincides with what Khan has done here in his statement. We've also seen WhatsApp exchanges between Khan and Pakula, which confirm that Khan was on the scene. So that you don't mention him at all, and is the first curiosity, but two, and Kadwa as well, one, and then two, that you say you could not have seen him, you didn't see him. It's difficult to comprehend. If you were in charge, so in my mind, it would make sense if you were not in charge of the scene, right? If you were not placing yourself as the in charge of the scene, I would say, I can see how you may have missed him. You know, maybe you were focusing on other things. But as the in charge of the scene, forget for now that there's this contradiction here of who was in charge of the scene, in fact, because you say you were, Khan says he was, and then he says he left Kadwa in charge of the scene. Forget for a second that. If you were in charge of the scene, you would have known Khan is there, given how he describes what he was doing. Forget what Sapea says and the strangeness in his statement. Let's work just with what Khan himself says, that a general who places himself as being that active on a scene, either you were not on the same scene with him, and so you didn't see any of that, or he's being untruthful about being on the scene and being as active, or you are the one that's being untruthful about seeing him, not seeing him on the scene, and therefore not accounting for him. But that also goes for Kadwa as well. I think there has to be an explanation for that, which is at best curious. And maybe let me finish off by saying that even if you had not seen him on the scene, you come to know, you say, through the IPIT process. And for purpose of our discussion now, I'm prepared to assume or accept that it's the first time you came to know that Khan was on the scene when you now dealing with the IPIT process. You prepared this statement to the commission very recently. You don't say, and I would have expected you to say, I was informed. I learned later that General Khan was on the scene. And I see this from other people's statements, because it's your docket. So I see it in the docket, but I actually only became aware of it when I dealt with IPID. You're completely quiet about Khan's presence at the scene, completely. Kadwa, you minimize his role to being a bystander. That's, I don't understand it.
Sorry, Commissioner, Kadwa did?
You said, you don't mention, you said in your statement, you said very little about Kadwa as well. I remember noting it somewhere. In fact, you refer to him in quite a confusing way. At paragraph 11 of your statement, you say, Colonel Ludik then arrived immediately after he dropped his phone with General Kadwa, and Brigadier Luela and I approached Colonel Ludik rather. So that's the only mention of Kadwa that I picked up, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in your statement. And then in your oral evidence, when you were testifying now, earlier in the day, you said, well, yeah, Kadwa, I heard later that he was there. He was standing there somewhere, but he never played any active role. I think that's how I remember your evidence.
Kadwa or Khan, Commissioner?
Kadwa. So I'm saying two things to you. Your statement is completely silent about Khan. Even your oral evidence, completely quiet, silent about General Khan. You are silent about him, even as you have a docket of statements that place him on the scene, and his own statement where he places himself on the scene. You say nothing, not even I later became aware when I was dealing with IPID that General Khan was there and this is what he's supposed to have done. You don't say anything like that to us in your statement. So reading your statement, you give the impression, because you're accounting, it's your sin. You're accounting for what happened in the time that you were there. Your statement gives the impression, oh, this is all that the people that were there. You mention many, many names. You don't mention Khan. So Khan was not there when one reads your statement, because nothing is said about him. And then you mention Kadwa in passing, in paragraph 11. Someone was talking to him. I've read it for you, that paragraph 11. You say Ludik he arrived immediately after he dropped his phone with Kadwa. And that's all you say about Kadwa. And in your oral evidence now, testimony, you said Kadwa, you later learned that Kadwa was there standing somewhere. You didn't deal with him on the scene. I think that's how I remember your evidence. So what I'm putting to you is, it's quite strange.
Sorry, Commissioner, maybe I did not. Can I get clarity in terms of General Kadwa?
Yes.
That the commissioner is saying, I later learned that he is there.
I think I understood you in your oral evidence that you say Kadwa was there, but he played no active role. Am I wrong in my recollection of that?
You are correct, Commissioner.
Yes. But that's something you say in your oral evidence, right? But Khan says he left him in charge of the scene. And so what I'm putting to you, or what I'm raising with you as a matter of concern, and that at this point requires a satisfactory explanation, is how could you have missed the presence of Khan if you were in charge of the scene and he tells us in that statement what he did on the scene? I assume Khan has no reason to lie about being on the scene. He has no reason to lie about it. So he places himself on the scene. how could you not have seen him if this was your scene? That does require an explanation. You may answer.
Commissioner, I still maintain I did not see General Khan on the scene. I did not interact with General Khan on the scene. For him to say General Kadwa was in charge of the scene, I don't know where he get it from. Because General Kadwa, even when Colonel Stein was there, Colonel Stein was the one who was briefing General Kadwa. That is why I cannot say anything about him. Even when the Brigadier Skhwabela arrived, I was not the one who was briefing him about, because I briefed Colonel Stein. He was talking to this. And then also, I get to know that the other general present there was General Kalakal. I did not see. The two I did not see. I still maintain, when I took over the scene, I never came across that. When I was engaging with Rikhotso, yes, he confirmed that it's just that maybe you were not careful. Khan was there. But to me, I did not see. I've never engaged General Khan. I've never talked to him on the scene. And General Khan was never in charge of my scene.
What does being in charge of the scene mean? It's a bit confusing because a lot of people say it. Does it mean giving instructions as regards the bags, where they should go, their offloading from the black bakkie, their opening, and the testing of the cocaine in the manner that you described, and then giving instructions to the photographer to take photos and packing the exhibits in the evidence bags? Or does it mean somebody at the gate stopping other people from coming in? I'm a bit lost because a lot of people are saying this one was in charge, told us we can't come in. This one said the dog unit cannot come in. But it's not clear to me at this stage when they refer to the scene, are they referring to the bags and instructions in relation to the bags, or exactly what are they referring to? What is your understanding when somebody says, I was in charge of the scene?
If I'm in charge of the scene, I'm now the crime scene manager. I'm now taking note of each and everything that is within the scene, even giving instruction of what need to be done, who need to be called, who need to do what. That is the in charge that I'm talking about. This is what my role was. I was in charge of the scene. If they are saying they were in charge, maybe they can explain. Who did they call from LCRC? The record they were keeping, who was keeping the record of the registering those exhibit in the SAP 13? That they must also explain to that, because I know it was me. When I'm saying I'm in charge, should there be anything that goes wrong within that scene, the only person that will answer, be responsible, is the person who is the crime scene manager, who is in charge of the scene. Those standing off the gate, preventing people from entering, they are just mere, they will be just assisting.
Is it possible for somebody to be in charge of the scene and promptly leave and leave it to somebody else who then also promptly leave the scene? Can you call those people in charge of the scene?
They are not in charge of the scene. When we are in charge of the scene, we take over the scene until its finality. We must know what was the last thing that happened. When we are now clearing the scene, I will be able to say, now after the scene has been cleared, I have to compile my incident report about what transpired there. That was the person who was in charge of the scene.
Did you know General Kalakala?
I did not know him.
in June, July 2021?
I did not know him.
Did you see General Lekalakala there?
I did not see him. But somewhere after I was told that also General Galakal was there.
Because General Khan says he left, Kadwa and Lekalakala arrived on the scene at 1200 hours on the 9th of July 2021. I explained the situation to them. I introduced them to the risk manager of the Scania warehouse. After a few minutes, I left the scene. Do you want to comment or say anything about that? Were you aware of that?
No, I'm coming out because I don't know where it, but it did not happen inside my scene.
Yeah.
You see, Colonel, this is your docket. So maybe let me ask you a question. This is your docket, and General Khan's statement that we are referring to is in your docket. Unless you say to us you haven't read the contents of the docket for whatever reason, maybe there is an explanation for it. If you have read General Khan's statement, which is in your docket, then the question is, he says things that you disagree with. When he says, I was at the scene, I did all of these things. You disagree with them because you say, I never saw all of that. But maybe the one that directly contradicts you is where he says Kadwa was left in charge. He says that in the statement. You say, no, that's nonsense. Sorry, nothing of sorts happened. You disagree with him completely. You say, I was in charge of the scene. Now, you have that statement in your docket. What have you done? Have you spoken to General Khan? Is there a record where this is your version that contradicts him is recorded? I would think something that important. You would have seen the statement and you would have said, General, let's sit down. What are you talking about? Did you do that?
Commissioners, I have never even sat down with General Khan with respect to the statement. The statement, I don't know what prompted those who obtained it to bring it to my docket.
So you don't know the contents
That
of
is
your
why
docket?
I will still maintain that which General Khan is saying is not true. He was not in charge of my scene. That which General Khan is saying, General Kadwa was in charge of the scene, is not true. It's not true.
And you say he was not on the scene because you would have seen
No,
him. It's your scene. You would have seen him. Can we at least accept that if he had been there, if he had been there, you would have seen him. It's your scene. He says, I was at the scene. I did A, B, C, D on the scene. So I'm putting to you this, that let's assume he's telling the truth. Let's assume he's telling the truth, that he was on the scene. Let's assume he's telling the truth when he says, I went and introduced, I think Kadwa or somebody, to the risk manager of Scania. And I asked these gentlemen, who are you? Who's your commander? If all of that happened on your scene, General Khan did that, and I'm saying to you, let's assume, for purpose of my question, that all of that which he describes happened on a scene where you say you were in charge, you would have seen him. That must be so.
Commissioner, let me just state again. I did not know General Khan by then.
Okay, but you would have seen any member. Let me simplify it for you. It's your sin. If anyone spoke to the three gentlemen that were there, right? Anyone did the things that General Khan claims he was doing, you would have known. You may not have known the name, and maybe later be told, oh, that was General Khan, in fact, that did that. That person that did that is Khan. The proposition I'm making to you is it's your sin. You are in control of it. You are instructing who's doing what, so you know who are the people that are active on this scene. If General Khan or any police officer had been there and doing what General Khan said he did on the scene, you would have known, you would have seen that person. It could not happen without you being aware, otherwise you're not fully in charge of the scene then. I want to assume you were fully in charge of the scene, so you would have seen this. Maybe you don't know it's Khan, but you see a police officer who is talking to your suspects.
Commissioner, I did not see. Immediately when I was busy with my suspect, nobody interacted with them.
Yes, that's not
Then
my question. I'm past that. Allow me to repeat so that we don't waste any more time on this. You say you did not see him, and you are going to repeat that. That's why I'm stopping you. That, that's your answer. So I'm putting a proposition to you that if you were in charge of the scene, as you say you are, and General Khan or any police officer does what General Khan describes, he says, I did this, I did that, I did that. If any police officer did that on your scene that you would have been in charge of, you would have seen it.
That is correct.
Okay, so on that proposition, it must mean then that General Khan is being untruthful when he says he was on the scene and he did these kind of things. You would have seen him. So we must assume until he comes and explains himself that in fact he's untruthful, because you would have seen him if he was there.
I would have seen him, yes.
All right, thank you.
Colonel, just as a follow-up, who exactly gets to say which statements are compiled into the docket? Because you seem to suggest that you don't know the reason for which some of these statements were added.
Sometimes at the instruction of the prosecutor.
And the prosecutor would be instructing who?
The investigating officer.
So you, yourself?
Yes.
So then, does that mean this Khan statement, which is dated from July 2021, would have been added by who?
Maybe we are still going there.
Or you don't know?
No, it was, I said that statement was brought to me.
It was brought to you?
Yes.
By who?
Then I asked the prosecutor, because I said, she then said, there is this allegation of General Khan.
Yes.
Then I got informed by Colonel, I think it's Colonel Stein, bringing the statement to me to say, this is the statement that is needed at court. Then I just attached it, I took the docket to court. I have never even, at that stage, I have never even engaged with General Khan. The only time that I know of General Khan with regard to the matter is when I was sent to prison, that go and obtain a Pakula statement. He told General Khan that he want to tell you something.
No, I suppose, so you get given this statement and you don't read it?
Because it's just that I did not even, I did not have intention, because the statement that they are talking about, it was not assisting me in the matter that I'm investigating. They are just saying, obtained statement of Khan. I checked this, in fact, I was not interested in his statement.
So you checked
because
it?
He was not going to assist. I did not see him, like Malulek. He is phoning me. Can I make statement to you? I said, what? And he was at the scene. But he said he did not play any role. In fact, I'm not suggesting something. I'm just saying, that statement, the reason why I would...
Colonel, my difficulty is you say you checked it, and then for you to conclude that it doesn't help with your investigation, you must have read it. And if you read it, he then clearly says that he played a significant role.
Of which he did not.
So, but you then look at it, you think he's untruthful because he didn't play a part.
He didn't play a part on that matter.
And because he's now a general in crime intelligence, and here is a statement from him that you now say is untruthful, you did what?
You know, sometimes, commissioners, I must state, we even used to struggle with obtain statement of people of crime intelligence that they are not supposed to submit statements. That I'm saying, where I'm seated, for the request of that statement, it was also strange to me. I don't know for what purpose, for what intention was the statement brought to me.
Okay, so let's get this straight. You get a statement that you read and conclude is false because that did not happen. And you don't know why the statement is there, but you do nothing.
I did not do anything.
Okay. And then related to that, Colonel, there are two other statements that we went through in the docket from Bok and Sipingu, who also speak about General Khan's involvement. Those statements too, were you familiar with them?
The one of Sipungu that I obtained was the one that I obtained, I think, on the 10th, when the people were appearing on that day.
Yes, so it's also dated July. And there too, he notes Khan's involvement, including that Khan told him he's going to arrest his members.
Commissioners, it's just that if maybe we were having the investigation diary, I don't know as to whether we have the copy of the investigation diary, wherein, because I know myself, whatever statement I obtain, the investigation diary will speak to that statement. This is what I just want to bring. Any statement, even Sipungu submitted the statement to me that he placed the member on duty. This is what he's telling me. When I get to check his behavior and his conduct on Saturday, before he could submit the statement, I saw that this man is not going to assist me. Then when I checked on him, he is placing members on duty, then he is on leave. Then that is why, if we go to the investigation diary, it will speak to, I said, so and so opted to make a statement. Then I attached the statement as per A, so and so. Realizing that I'm not happy with the statement, I did a follow-up with the statement that I obtained to say, this member is not telling the truth. That is when I picked up that this man, between the dates of this incident and the court appearances of this member, this man is on leave. But he is placing himself there. But the statement, I said, no. I must, because I wanted to account to that statement. That second statement that I must account for, the second statement of Zipungu, I don't know, I'm still saying, I don't know at what stage it was brought to my attention. I don't want to associate myself with the statement. I did not take two statements of Zipungu.
Okay, so in essence there too, the statement was brought by somebody else and you didn't consider it because you deemed Spungu untruthful because he was on leave. And the interactions you would have had with him.
Commissioners, the first statement that I obtained of Sipungu indicated to me that he's untruthful. Even if, I don't want to entertain the issue of the second statement. Maybe, yes, there was this connection a conversation between him and General Khan. That is why that one I cannot deny. That is the reason why maybe he submitted the statement. But to who? I still maintain to say he did not submit the statement to me.
General Khan.
No, Sipungu.
Okay.
Now I understand. Now I have to accept the statement that I was not even part of, the one of Sipungu. I did not know that such statement is attached in my docket.
Okay.
You know about General Khan's statement. I mean,
Yes, I know about General Khan's statement.
you know about it.
Yes.
You took it. You asked for it.
No.
How does it land in your document?
It was brought to me.
By who? And how?
It came with Colonel Stein. If you can check, even the person who commissioned that statement, I believe it's Colonel Stein.
But you became aware of it.
I became aware of the statement.
And you became aware that he places himself on the scene quite actively.
Yes.
Which takes me to my earlier question, that when you see that and you know it is not true, according to you, what do you do about it? Why do you do nothing about it?
To be honest, Commissioner, I did not interrogate the statement of him placing. I've just seen the statement. Then, yes, he was on the scene. He admitted that he was on the scene. But I did not pick up that thing, because even if he was placing General Kadwa to be managing the scene, maybe he can interpret that being in charge of the scene is not me, but in essence, he was not.
Well, it's not just a case of interrogating the statement. His statement is about that. Every part of it is about him being contacted, him arriving at the scene, him doing this and that, and then at some point leaving. So it's not something that you find because you've interrogated the statement. It is something that's on the face of the statement. But I refer to the statement only to indicate to you that even Khan himself places himself on the scene, but a whole lot of people place him on the scene, including employee of Scania. There's a Ricket who places him on the scene, who says, Khan arrived. I called Khan because I'm a former, in his disciplinary hearing, he says, well, I called him because I knew him. I used to work for the police. And I called him when I heard, while I was still at home, that there are people at my company. And I called Khan, and Khan did arrive. So you have multiple people who are placing him on the scene. And my original question to you stands that from your own docket, you would have known that they say Khan was there, from your own docket. From your APID engagement, you know there's a story about Khan being there. You were in charge of the scene. You don't mention Khan being there. Not only that, you also don't mention that I heard much later, and I see from statements that people say Khan was there and that he was doing ABCD. I never became aware of it. And your silence about him suggests, may in fact suggest, that you made the deliberate decision to keep him out of your story, because until it is explained satisfactorily by you why he doesn't feature at all in your testimony, written and oral, it gives the impression you made a decision to keep his name out until the prison visit. I know you're going to speak about the prison visit, but to Pakula, and you speak about him there. But his presence at the scene, it seems, it gives me, let me speak for myself, the uncomfortable impression that you made a deliberate decision to keep General Khan's name out of your mouth and out of your statement. you can comment, but that's, yeah, I've shared with you the impression that I'm getting about this issue.
Yes, I got that, Commissioner, but let me just, with regard to one, Mr. Rickard, for sure, his Franco Rickard, on the statement that he made, that was never reflected, unless if he made the second statement when IPID was investigating. Franco Rickard, if he's the person that was driving the black Jeep, never make mention of to me of General Khan. He explained when upon entering what he observed, going back to where he drove past the roadblock meant by other people that was informed them. That one, I think, is the person that I interviewed. But none of them, when I was interviewing them, indicated to me that this is the person that we were dealing with. I could not have ignored what happened, because if I was aware that he once placed himself on the scene, I would have interviewed him one-on-one, because I did not get that part to say, before you could arrive, there was this interaction of your suspect and so and so. I did not get that, Commissioners, and I did not deliberately ignore the presence of General Khan on the scene.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ms. Bove.
Thank you, Colonel. It's worth noting that just in the docket, at least 5 individuals, including Khan, places themselves at the scene. And some of these statements were taken in the same month of the incident. So this is in July during your investigation. And I mean, I'm not sure we'll get to what happens in the disciplinary hearing, but in Major General Khan's disciplinary hearing, you were called to testify, and there too, you don't mention anything about Khan's presence. And so it does beg the question whether the silence is deliberate, given the many statements that mention Major General Khan's presence.
I could not pick up. You say it did not make what?
I am saying that in the docket and in the month in July, there are a number of statements that make mention of Major General Khan's involvement, including Major General Khan himself.
Correct.
Then later, if you look at your testimony in the Khan disciplinary inquiry, there too you don't mention Major General Khan's involvement. And so I wonder whether or not it's indeed deliberate.
It can be deliberate.
For me, and maybe I will differ with you here, looking at Major General Khan's statement, he says he left a few minutes after 12. And if I remember correctly, Colonel, you said you arrived at the scene at 11:45.
Correct.
Somewhere there, and not exact. And you say when you got there, you did not see General Khan.
I did not see
But
General.
you cannot dispute that he was there.
I cannot dispute it.
And just reading his statement, to me, all General Khan says is that he asked various people what they were doing there, and he called their supervisors. I don't read anywhere in General Khan's statement where he says he interacted with the exhibits. He called LCRC because I would assume that if somebody is in charge of the scene, they would then take responsibility for calling LCRC, calling the photographer, giving them instructions as far as where to put the exhibits, what to record and what to photograph. He says he was there, and you can't dispute he was there because he says he was there. Many other people say he was there.
Correct.
And he says he left just after 12. But I agree with Commissioner Baloyi, I don't know what you were asked when you were asked to prepare your statement. It leaves an uncomfortable feeling that when you came here, you knew that there is this statement because it was given to you by Steyn. And you were told by IPIT that Khan was there. People say he was there. And you don't mention that part. So that still leaves a sense of discomfort. But I will leave it at that. But to be fair to you, his account of when he arrived there and when he left, and he doesn't say at any stage he interacted with the relevant exhibits that you were investigating. So.
And it's fair, Commissioner.
And I think you must accept the criticism.
I am accepting.
You must accept the criticism, but when you came here, you knew that there was this statement, and IPIT had told you that he was there. So you don't have a good explanation for why you did not mention that. Although I did not see him, I was told at some point that he was there. I even saw a statement given to me by Steyn. So
that is correct, Commissioner.
I'm trying to be neutral. I'm not saying you are right.
No,
I'm not saying.
I think, Commissioner, I'm taking the criticism positively that this is what happened, and it should be looking strange to those who are getting this information.
And the discomfort extends to you not mentioning. I mean, these are lieutenant generals at the SABS. They are major generals, all three of them. Major General Kado, Major General Lekalakala. If they were present at the scene while the scene was active and alive, and you say nothing about what they did, what their role was, what instructions they gave, it makes us wonder whether you're trying to protect them or what.
Maybe also in fairness to you, I should point out that in the various, in the disciplinary hearing of General Khan, Mahane Pakula and someone else, they say that Khan instructed them to go and sit in the bakkie, in the motor vehicle, in that black motor vehicle. And you say in your statement that when you arrived there and you went to speak to the owner of the bakkie, the person that Endo pointed out as the person who was trying to drive away, he was in fact sitting in the bakkie.
Correct.
So you may well have missed Khan. One shouldn't perhaps at this stage exclude that possibility that you may have missed it, but there's still the criticism about why do you not mention anything about him.
Correct, Commissioner.
Colonel, if we can then turn to paragraph 22, and you were dealing with the day after.
Yes, Commissioner. On Saturday, 2021-07-10, a day after the arrest of these 4 people, whilst at Boyson's police station, busy taking fingerprints of the arrested people together with Warrant Officer Pume, we were confronted by Colonel Sipungu, who I found out that is at head of his detectives, and he said to me, in fact, it is supposed to be to me, there is no charge of attempted theft, so I have arrested those people for nothing.
Mind just increasing the volume, so maybe it's just me.
I was so concerned about this utterance. I then phoned Brigadier Schwabela, my provincial commander, and she advised me that if he continue, I must report him formally. I then informed Colonel Sipungu, who was with a group of people, that I will report, in fact, his action, and he apologized.
Yes.
On Monday, 2021-07-12, whilst at Boyson's court, trying to place the docket on the roll, so to say, Colonel Sipungu entered the public prosecutor's office, and he told the prosecutor, who was busy reading my docket, that Sewola did not want to take my statement with regard to it's supposed to be the incident. And he said Pakula informed him and he placed him on duty. I investigate the relevancy of what he was telling me by phoning Brigadier Schovel to check with his Sipungu's office. And the response I got was that he is on leave. I then let him make that statement and attached it to the docket.
Colonel, what did you make of Colonel Sipungu's conduct with these interactions with him?
In fact, it was disruptive.
You considered it disruptive?
Yes.
More directly, that he was saying there was nothing wrong that warrant officer Pakula had done.
Sorry, Commissioner?
More directly, is it not so that he was basically saying there was nothing wrong that warrant officer Pakula had done?
Yes.
He had given him permission to go there. That was the thrust of what he was saying. I'm not saying that was correct.
No.
I'm just saying.
I just want to say,
Yes.
if indeed he gave Pakula the permission to go, he should have not started by saying, you should not have arrested these people. There is nothing like attempted theft, because the only thing that you can explain this is to say they wanted to leave. But that is incomplete. That is what he's telling me. That is incomplete. If you wanted to say it's attempted theft, it can be. Then that utterance itself is directly, I could say, is disruptive. But instead of him to say, I'm only coming here to assist you, Pakula informed me, can I submit a statement so that maybe he can be cleared of any wrongdoing? Then I think that approach and that direction would have assisted me if indeed the intention was to do what they did.
And then, once you find out that Colonel Sipungu was on leave, what was the relevance of that? Is it that he couldn't have then granted him permission?
Okay. This was in reference to check the procedure or the protocol or how do we operate in the police. Once you are placed on leave, you don't get yourself involved in anything that is happening in the office. That is why we have, it's you, it's your second in charge, it's another person. The other person who is in charge of the office in your absence, he's the person that should have at least say, I can confirm that the member is on leave. But this call, this thing indicated to me that he was used as a cover-up, so that this person is the one that can bail me out of this.
So what you are saying is he should have said to warrant officer Pakula, I am on leave, seek permission from so-and-so who's acting in my position during my absence.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Colonel, we can move to paragraph 25.
At one stage, when these members were still in custody, I received a call from Major General Cardo that this was supposed to be Major General Khan.
Okay.
Major General Commissioner is an omission. Major General Khan is requesting that we go to prison to interview Pakula, since he wants to tell me something, and I went to prison with Warrant Officer Pume and Warrant Officer Mbawani, and I asked Pakula about what does he want to talk to me. The only thing, it was supposed to be this typing error, the only thing Pakula wanted to tell me was that he is working with General Khan. Those are his drugs. That is what now Pakula is telling me in prison. I then informed him that you already appeared. The statement you already appeared. The statement you are, in fact, it was supposed to you are making will be inadmissible. I checked with him since he's an investigator. If he can bring it to the attention of the prosecutor, but he did not agree. In short, because
Are you suggesting that within SABC statements are never supplemented? A particular witness's statement is never ever supplemented. Is that what you are saying?
No. This is an accused person. He's an arrested person, Commissioner. In his own statement, he
Yes,
stated...
that is so. That is so. The so-called warning statement,
The warning-
correct?
yes.
Yes.
So-
Are you saying a warning statement is never ever supplemented?
No.
Why not?
I think when he wanted to tell me, because already he said he's engaging...
Why not? Why is a warning statement never supplemented?
Commissioner,
I'm not saying it is. I don't know. I'm not a member of SABC. I want to understand from you, why is a warning statement never ever supplemented?
Commissioner, when you take warning statement, there are certain indication and then that you have to interview and warn him against incriminating himself.
You can simply either remind them of the warning you gave or give a fresh warning and then supplement the statement. Why is that not possible?
I felt it was not possible, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
That was my feeling, that it will not be possible for me to obtain such.
You don't know for a fact?
I don't know for a fact.
All right, thank you.
Colonel, did you mean inadmissible, or you meant that it would be contradictory, or?
No, I was telling him that which will be telling me may end up being inadmissible in court, and of which I think I was just responded to the commissioner when I was questioning about, do you think there must not be an additional statement that after correction we have been...
Do you mean it will be inadmissible if you repeat it? I don't understand what you mean when you say...
Yes, I was telling him that which I will be taking from you, it will be inadmissible.
If you say it.
No, if I'm taking that...
If you take another statement.
If I am taking him. So the best thing, we must first engage the public prosecutor. That is what I'm telling you. To check, so and so is coming up with these new allegations. Are you comfortable with me and you approaching to prosecutor? This is me with Pakul. Then he did not agree with that. So I ended up not obtaining such.
Colonel, given the nature of this, whether it's an admission or new information, did you not find it prudent to investigate what he was saying or anything? Because it seems like a significant allegation, unless you felt differently.
No, it is indeed significant allegation.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, off the top of my head, possible restrictions might be those that relate to admissions and confessions, for example. But if he wants to say these are General Khan's drugs, not mine, so it's not as if he wanted to implicate himself or anything. So off the top of my head, I don't know what the impediment would be. I'm not saying there wouldn't be. As I said, I'm not a SABC member. And,
no, but you are correct, Commissioner.
Yeah.
That assertion is correct.
Yes, Ms. Powe.
And Colonel, here is somebody you suspect to have been involved, giving you what is a lead. And you didn't find it important to follow up on it or anything?
I did not get that.
So this is a person you've arrested for being complicit in the commission of this crime, and
Yes.
he's giving you a lead and saying this is the person, the owner of the drugs. You didn't find it prudent to then investigate what he was saying.
As the investigating officer, I will have to take it, but with caution, Commissioner. So, I did not know what the intention, whether the intention was to mislead, me or to assist.
Yes, hence the need to investigate or check it out or something.
And that is why I'm agreeing that which you are saying, indeed, is another thing that needed an investigation. I'm agreeing.
So did
That
you
allegation.
did you investigate?
No.
All right.
Can I ask a different question about this? That you, apart from the fact that this allegation now from Mr. Pakula very much falls within your docket, because remember you're dealing with this drug consignment, so it squarely falls within what you are investigating. Apart from that, I want to ask a different question. Here's a member who informs you or alleges to you that these drugs belong to General Khan. And by the way, when he testified yesterday, Warrant Officer Pakula says he did say to General Khan when they met that they say these drugs are yours. So there's that kind of talk. And he says it's corridor talk. But he says this to you. Do you not, and he says this about a general, a leader in the organization. Did you report it to anybody?
I was sent by General Kadwa. Then I brought the information back to him.
To Kadwa?
To Kadwa. That,
Okay.
General, I could not obtain Pakula's statement because I don't know whether he's misdirecting me or he's assisting me. But this is the allegation. He is saying those drugs belong to General Khan.
Okay, so we must ask General Kadwa, what did you do about this information that Colonel Sibula shared with you?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, my apologies. Colonel, you are then sent there by General Kadwa, who said that it was General Khan who is requesting that you go there. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then then you are told of the allegations about General Khan's involvement. Then you go back and tell General Kadwa.
Correct.
And I guess I'm trying to understand, he tells you that this comes from General Khan, and then you relay the information right back to
Yes.
the sender. Okay. Then we can go to paragraph 26.
26. Their case was enrolled and remanded for formal bail hearing, which was granted in a week after their release. I received call from...
Sorry, Colonel.
Okay. Their case was enrolled and remanded for formal bail hearing, which was granted. In a week after their release, I received a call from IPIT. I cannot remember the caller, but he was requesting for the copy of the criminal docket. I did not agree to the request, and I informed the caller to send the request via the office of the provincial head.
And just for clarity, you didn't agree because the request was sent to the wrong person? Or why didn't you agree?
I cannot agree for anybody to just say send me a copy of the docket.
So
Because
it was not done procedurally?
it was not done procedurally.
All right.
The following,
Oh, yes.
oh, sorry. The following week, I
Oh,
received,
no, my apologies. I just wanted to ask, what did you make of the IPID investigation? Or the fact that at that stage there was this investigation happening?
I did not understand why do they want the copy of the dockets of drugs. That, to me, the reason, other reasons why I was saying, let's officialize this, write an email to the office. In the email, I think it will be detailed. What information do they want in the docket?
Colonel, I was just asking you about what did you make about IPID investigating you at this stage, not necessarily the request for the docket.
No, that was not necessary for them to investigate because, in fact, they were not telling me that they are investigating me. They are saying we have been instructed, we want to see the copy of that docket.
Okay. So at this stage, they hadn't informed you of the investigation. All they were requesting is a copy of the document.
They were just requesting that I was not informed.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. You can go to paragraph 27.
The following week, I received a call from the captain of Zongezizwe telling me that she will be requesting information of my criminal case docket so that they can continue with the departmental investigation against Mohana. And I advised her to come to the office to assist her. I received another call from head office that they have charged Pakula in terms of the expeditious process of the disciplinary hearing. That was the caller. Now if I remember, it was Brigadier Hopoditata. Yeah.
Maybe if you can read also 28 and then I'll ask you something.
Sorry?
No, I was asking for you to go also through paragraph 28.
Okay. This then became a concern to me that how can we have two members of the South African police who are alleged to have committed the same offense then be charged differently in terms of the same disciplinary regulation. I started having that concern to say, now Zongezizwe is requesting this, they are investigating departmental, now head office is that, but we are guided by the same disciplinary regulation. That is when I said, why can't this investigation happen at the same time? Because
was it not because of where they are stationed that Officer Mahana was stationed at Zongezizwe and Pakula was there in province?
Commissioner, what I can remind this commission of is that we are all guided by the same disciplinary code of conduct, which falls within the ambit of the National Commission, not the station commission. Whether one is at the station, he cannot charge in terms of the station disciplinary regulation. He must be charged in terms of the SAPS disciplinary regulation. Therefore, this, according to me, says, this one is at head office, this one is at the station. Station falls within the provincial commissioner, who report to the national commissioner. Then there was nothing wrong for them to be charged simultaneously and invest. If head office saw it fit for Pakula to be, for that incident to be done in terms of the expeditious process. Same would have applied to Mohana. That is my view. But even having looked at that, the same disciplinary regulation, had interpreted it, it falls under the National Commission. There was nothing wrong to be charged at once.
So your view was that they ought to have both been charged through head office by virtue of the National Commissioner's powers to discipline in
That is
terms of the
correct.
regulations?
That is correct.
And so when you say, I'm reading between the lines of your answer that what was concerning to you was Zongi Sizwe's approach.
Zongi Sizwe's approach, I could not agree with. Seated here, I don't even have their findings because their investigation emanated from the docket that I'm investigating. I did not see the findings. What was the report or the summary?
And did they call you as a witness?
No.
And when you advised the caller that they can come to your office to assist, did they ever do so?
I remember at some stage making copy to them because they were insisting on getting, so I had to make the copy of my own statement. Also, bear in mind, commissioners, that the departmental investigation and criminal investigation should be done separately. So this is the advice that I was giving them. You cannot obtain the statement that is in the criminal case and want to use it. And you have to be with me because what we want to establish is that whether the members contravened the police regulations by their own action.
All right, Colonel. And we can move.
I'm not sure I get your point. Surely if there are statements already, that helps the disciplinary process to start somewhere. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. So even if they will then couch their case in accordance with what the regulations provide, the statements in the docket will help them with their start. So I don't see the problem that you appear to be alluding to.
No, there is no problem, Commissioner. With my statement, because what they have to do, this statement, when it was made for the criminal case.
I get that, yes.
Then there is that provision that they must also, they must interview me. That is this in line with what happened? Then at the end of that statement, they must confirm that this is because I'll be making a copy.
You seemed to be making an issue of the fact that they asked for the statements that had been prepared for the criminal process.
No, they were.
And that is what I didn't quite follow or didn't quite get.
No, they were looking for the statements. That is why I'm saying.
Yes.
There are certain statements that are not relevant to them.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's not belabor it.
Thanks,
Let's
Commissioner.
not belabor it.
Colonel, you can move to paragraph 29.
There was a time when me and the analyst on the cell phone were made to do presentation on this case docket to different provincial heads. It was supposed to end there. It was supposed to end with different provincial heads. I was informed the purpose was to sensitize the provincial head and provincial commanders about the new trends, referring to the new trends, referring to how these drugs came into be or happened to be in the country. In fact, our main presentation was to just inform provincial commanders and provincial heads that there is this new trend if you are not aware. Now they are using this mode of transport to bring these drugs into the country. That was the purpose of the presentation, Commissioners. This is
Just out of interest, if at this stage this is a new trend, this way of transporting or importing drugs, before that, what was the normal, the regular, no, not regular, it's not regular. How did they import the people that are behind these?
the reason why I'm stating this.
In bulk, that is, in
Yes.
bulk,
Some-
because the drug mule method, I'm sure it doesn't help with bulk importation.
Yes. In fact, Commissioner, I'm saying when there were difficulties to bring the drugs in the country, there were some that will enter through the land port of entries. They will either be coming through your Mozambique, through your Bait Bridge. Then, because we are now finding this to be now happening, it seems that we have established a new way. Then we have to sensitize members, even those of the CI that were not aware they were part, because they have to be part and get to know these new trends. Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, did the presentation include sort of the role of law enforcement, given that in this case in particular, the involvement of law enforcement was rather significant?
Okay, Commissioner, I will say, this came into being after we have realized that there were times when we had truck hijackings. Then, back then, we then realized that that was not necessarily meant to take or to steal the real consignment. The drug hijacking that we established then, because our presentation was saying, we remember this year, or on this year, we found this truck being hijacked, but nothing on it, none of the consignment was stolen. Then, when we investigate further, we found that, but there were things that were taken, that were removed from those trucks, which, according to my own observation and others, because I'm not alone, to say, okay, some of these truck hijacking are not necessarily meant to take the truck. They are just hijacked mainly to remove what they wanted there. Then once they are done, we will find the truck back on the road, going to where it is supposed to be, nothing being stolen. That is the trends that used to happen. That's why we were forced to say, let's do this type of presentation so that on whatever crime that is happening, where you find real items not being stolen, then we were checking what was the intention of this hijacking. That is the real purpose of this presentation.
I think the question from Ms. Bowe was more that whether the trends, the new trends that you were picking up and you were making a presentation, did that include the complicity of police officers
That is
or
correct.
law enforcement officers in
That is correct.
in those? Okay, thanks.
And Colonel, even in the pseudo hijackings where stuff is removed, did that trend also pick up involvement of law enforcement in that?
Correct.
And then you can then proceed to paragraph 30?
Sorry.
No worries, Colonel. We're nearly there.
Can I go to?
Paragraph 30.
During this investigation, I was receiving calls from police officers.
Colonel.
Please speak up.
Sorry.
I know it's late in the day.
Hey, sorry, Commissioner. During this investigation, I was receiving calls from police officers who volunteered to submit statements, and amongst the callers was Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka of Toms, who was one of the police officers on the scene, and Warrant Officer Pakula from K9 Pretoria told Maluleka that I understand you were talking to Mashaba over this, so I believe your statement will assist. Then he said, it seems you want to arrest me. Warrant Officer Pakula of K9 Pretoria informed him that because him and the arrested are sharing the same name, and further that there is a boys and K9 next door, he must have enough reasons other than that of defeating, then he can submit the statement. All these members submitted their statement to the defense attorneys, and they were used as presentation it was supposed to in the representation requesting for the case to be removed from the court roll. The investigation was completed and the matter was set down for trial, and Advocate Colin Ryan consulted with witnesses, and the information I received was that some of the witnesses are becoming hostile, particularly Jolene Wenzel. As a result of this, the matter was removed from the court and further referred to the DPP for decision. That was the last time I had a contact or I interacted with my advocate, because it was sent there, then I left.
Colonel, just
You were kicked upstairs. Don't mind me.
You were promoted.
Yes, I was promoted. Commissioner.
And taken off the case as a result.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
No,
We're almost there.
but it's on flight mode, it's not mine.
Okay.
Colonel, you mentioned that there were other police officers who offered to do these statements, including Madlanga and Pakula. Did you attempt to go get the statements from them?
Since my interaction with them was to say, I will start with Maluleke. Maluleke, my understanding, because I informed him, you were at the scene. Now later, you want to make a statement. What direction do you want to take me to? Then he said he was having information. Then I said, that morning, you must remember, that morning, Mashaba called you. Before you give me a statement, because it seems you and Mashaba knows each other, you will have to explain yourself the relationship with Mashaba. He could not come and make that statement. I was confronted with the statement when I see it in the bundle of the defense attorney. With Pakula commissioners, before I said, yes, I understand we want to make a statement. What you must make sure, you don't come alone. You come with your commander, you make a statement. If your commander in room, he make a statement that indeed he is the one that sent you there. Because there is certain areas that you need to explain. We have got K9 here in Boysens. What is so special with the K9 of Pretoria? And again, don't forget, you and that other Pakula, you are sharing surname. I don't know how to relate. You must be careful. When we make statement, we must not make statement with the intention to derail me from the investigating these people. He could not submit the statement to me. I was confronted with the statement by the defense.
You are referring to being confronted with a statement.
No, those statements were brought
from the defense for the second time. Was this in the context of the representations?
No, they came as a bundle, Commissioner.
No, I've not asked my question. My question is, was this in the context of the representations that were being made to the NDPP? Or
That is correct.
Thank you.
Colonel, you don't think their reluctance ultimately stemmed from what your response was, which is, don't give me a statement if you're going to derail? It sounds like you had your mind made up.
No, I don't say don't give me a statement.
No, I didn't.
Come and give me a statement. But you must first bear in mind, you have to address these areas. My area, the areas of my concern. I am the IO. I have to get the clear statement that will say, because I am saying to you, Pakula, I did not see you at that scene. Now you are telling me over the phone that you were at the scene. What car were you driving? He said a marked police vehicle. But I did not see it. Only the marked police vehicle that were identified on the day, and identifiable, was the one driven by Captain Optoff and the one driven by Ndo and his crew. So when we will be making statement to me, you must take note of that. And again, don't come alone. Come with your command. You together, I will get somebody to obtain your statements. Then that was then.
Suppose my point would be that you have said in testimony that there are things that you missed at the scene and people you didn't see at the scene. So it's very possible that you didn't see them. I'm wondering why you closed your mind to them giving the statement, that those precursors sound dissuasive. You're saying, I didn't see you. What were you driving?
You say I didn't see.
As if your mind is closed.
When my mind is closed, I did not.
You are saying to them, I didn't see you at the scene.
Yes.
You are saying to them, what were you driving? A marked car. You say, these are the only marked cars I saw. But you yourself are alive to the fact, at least in this testimony, you've said that there are things that you missed and people that you may have missed. So it's very possible that you may have missed them. But in making those precursors, it sounds dissuasive, as if you're closed, your mind is closed to them giving a statement because you've already decided that they were not there.
In fact, when I can state that people in uniform are easily identifiable. More especially when he's saying, I am from K9. My expectation is, members of K9, when we get into that, there is no other vehicle that can drive or that is used to transport that police dog other than that marked vehicle. So, yes, if he can come and say, I was not dressed up in uniform, I was not driving a marked police vehicle, then possibilities are I might not have seen him.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, in relation to the investigation being completed and the matter being set down, you say you received information that some witnesses have become hostile, particularly Ms. Wenzel. Do you have a sense of why that would be? Why was that so? How could that have happened? Sorry.
Because this matter is now becoming very much concerning to me. to me.
Yes.
I had to do my own checks. I checked with the analyst to say, is it maybe something that was missed in that communication chart? Then what came into my mind is that I picked up that at one stage, on the 8th of that July, Mashaba called someone who's working in that company. So now my suspicion was, what if that one is my witness? That was just my own assumption, because that was even at the time that I was leaving the docket. Then I could not persuade it further to say, can we further check any communication or scrutinize those communication of Mashaba to say, who is this other person that we communicated with earlier on, who's working in that company?
This call was on Chief Mashaba's phone.
It was on Chief Mashaba's phone.
Thank you.
And then, so when you left the investigation, did you highlight this to the next investigator to pursue?
I kept in contact with, because Colonel Jacobs, he was promoted at the same time with me. He had to come and took over SANEP. Then I had to leave, took over SANEP somewhere. So with him, we did not engage, but I was only contacting the analyst to say, on your spare time, you can check. If you have tracks of any communication between Mashaba and Jolene or somebody there, you must highlight it. But.
And do you know if this was ever done?
I cannot confirm, but because what I was informed, the latest development are at least directing the docket somewhere.
Or perhaps you don't want to say because it's the subject.
Yeah, because now it's now the subject of investigation, but it seems there is direction.
Then we're done with the statement, but there's a few more things I want to touch on. The first is if we can
we take a short adjournment? We'll indicate when we are ready to come back. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Chair, I still have a few more topics to get through, including 2 reports that were done by the DPP as well as IPID. And I can't commit to doing so within a short space of time. So I'm going to request a stand down for the witness to return when we continue dealing with the stream.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Colonel, you are not excused. The resumption of the hearing of your testimony will be on a date to be determined. Communication will be made with you. The evidence leaders will see whether they want to issue a subpoena or make whatever arrangement they want to make with you. So, no date, but you are not excused. You will come back to finalize your testimony. Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 7:30 tomorrow. Oh, God. It's the lateness of the hour. 9:30 tomorrow.